My great pleasure to open our today's conference on small states in the United Nations Security Council, ambitions and achievements of Estonia and Norway. My name is Kristi Raik. I am the director of the Estonian Foreign Policy Institute at the International Center for Defense and Security in Tallinn. So today we will be speaking about what small states can accomplish in the UN Security Council as elected members. And we are talking about this topic in a rather difficult international context. These are not easy times for multilateral cooperation, as we know. We have seen in recent years great power tensions coming back to the Security Council and the United Nations more broadly. We often see that the Security Council is not very effective. Sometimes it even seems paralyzed. And we often see the 5 veto powers of the Security Council, the United States, China, Russia, the UK and France, having disagreements among each other, be it on the war in Syria, the annexation of Crimea by Russia, on new topics such as climate change or cybersecurity. But in addition to the 5 veto powers, there are the 10 elected members in the Security Council. And many small states make a great effort to join the Council and to promote their priorities and also to make a contribution to maintaining the UN-based multilateral system, which is, of course, of great importance for especially smaller states whose influence in world politics would be otherwise more limited if there were no international organizations and multilateralism. So today we will be focusing especially on Estonia and Norway, but also talking about the experiences of Sweden and other small states. What have been their priorities? What has been achieved? How can an elected member make the most of the membership? And then what are the benefits of this big effort that it requires to be in the Council? Now, this conference is a conclusion of a joint research project conducted by the Estonian Foreign Policy Institute together with the Norwegian Institute of International Affairs. And I am very happy to have the colleagues from NUPI with us here today, actually physically. We launched the project during the first lockdown of COVID, and this is the first time we actually meet physically. So we have been conducting the project thus far virtually and have had nonetheless many excellent seminars and discussions with diplomats and researchers from Estonia and Norway and beyond. And when we started preparing the project, it was the time when Estonia had just started its first ever period as an elected member in the Security Council, and Norway was still campaigning. So we did not yet know that soon, or we were not sure that soon Estonia and Norway were going to be together in the Security Council. But once the decision arrived, it of course gave a special boost to the project, and it made it really exciting and rewarding to have this discussion with 2 like-minded small states in the Security Council. The main results of our 2-year project have been just published in a report that you can find on our website and also in a paper format over there. So I, of course, encourage all of you to read it. Now, I am very happy to have today in the opening session welcome words by the foreign ministers of both Estonia and Norway. The foreign minister of Estonia, Eva-Maria Liimets, is luckily with us here, and the Norwegian foreign minister, Anniken Huitfeldt, will be joining us later with a video greeting. But now I am happy to give the word to Foreign Minister Eva-Maria Liimets, please.
Thank you, Kristi. Good morning, everyone. Excellencies, dear Minister Huitfeldt, panelists, dear audience, and also everyone who is looking the conference today online, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to be here today with you. I would like to thank Kristi and her team for organizing this event, and also Norwegian Institute for organizing this conference today. Estonia's first ever elected membership in the UN Security Council is coming to an end. Therefore, the time is ripe to draw some conclusions and talk about our experience at the center of global crisis diplomacy. I still remember when the Ministry of Foreign Affairs adopted the first action plan on Estonia's campaign for UN Security Council in 2010. Looking back today, I can only say that it has been quite a ride. I'm sincerely happy that all our efforts have paid off. I'm grateful to our diplomats in New York and in Tallinn for their hard and tireless work. I would also like to thank Norway for our excellent cooperation at the Council. We both have learned that cooperation is the key to accomplishing anything at the Council. Estonia and Norway became elected members of the Security Council at a time when multilateralism was under extreme pressure, as also was emphasized by previous speaker. For us, in our everyday work, it meant that finding any agreement at the Council was becoming more and more difficult. However, supporting multilateralism, international norms, and the rules-based international order, where international law, human rights, democracy, and rule of law are respected, is even more important for small states. Here, it is appropriate to recall the words of President Lennart Meri, who said that international law is the nuclear bomb of a small state. As the Security Council lies at the heart of the multilateral system, it is highly relevant to discuss how Estonia and Norway have performed on this arena. Firstly, I will make some general remarks on Estonia's experience and thereafter reflect on Estonia's achievements in its priority areas. Ladies and gentlemen, for Estonia, the United Nations Security Council membership has been a great responsibility as well as opportunity. We have raised our foreign policy profile and broadened our foreign policy reach. Security Council membership has therefore allowed Estonia to reinforce its security. We have been working closely together with all the permanent members as well as elected members of the Council, including those that are not like-minded. We have also been strengthening our relationship with allies and attracting new partners. I have had several meetings and phone calls with my colleagues all over the world. Based on Estonia's experience, I can conclude that a small elected member can also have a clear impact at the Security Council. In order to be successful at the Council, we must be ambitious but also realistic. The COVID-19 pandemic has had a great impact on Estonia's membership period. The Security Council was able to adapt and move its work to the virtual world, but it has also been a challenging time for diplomacy. However, we have managed to make virtual diplomacy work for us. Estonia has organized several virtual Security Council informal, so-called ARIA formula meetings. Thanks to the excellent technical quality of these meetings, we have set a new standard for organizing virtual conferences and solidified Estonia's reputation as a leading digital country. Moreover, this initiative has given new impetus to this format of Security Council meetings. With the aim of achieving results at the Council, we have invested a lot in coalition building. We have prioritized close coordination and cooperation among EU member states and with other like-minded partners, as well as among elected members of the Council. EU members of the Security Council have made stakeouts together with partners on priority topics such as European issues, the Middle East, and so on. This practice has been a useful strategic as well as public diplomacy tool for advancing the EU's positions and standing for the strong image of the European Union. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the Security Council's agenda is always greatly affected by global developments. Moreover, the COVID-19 pandemic has added an extra layer of difficulties. Nevertheless, Estonia has managed to stick to its guiding principles. We have drawn attention to grave human rights violations and human suffering, be it in Ethiopia, Myanmar, Yemen, Afghanistan, or Belarus, and serious violations of international law. Together with our like-minded partners, Estonia has been working hard to prevent some countries from diluting human rights norms and standing for the idea that human rights, including the women, peace and security agenda, must be an integral part of the all UN Security Council discussions and their conclusions. Furthermore, issues related to the protection of children affected by armed conflict, including the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on grave violations against children in conflict situations, have been clear priorities for Estonia as well as for Norway. Children remain the primary victims of war. The high number of children being killed or maimed in conflict is alarming. For example, in the first half of the year, regime forces in Myanmar killed at least 75 children. Several children were shot while playing near or inside their homes, as soldiers and police were raiding residential areas and shooting at random. Among them was 6-year-old Kim Mya-chit, who was shot dead while she sat frightened on her father's lap when regime forces broke into her house. Such stories are the reason why international community, and particularly the Security Council, must step up and do the utmost to prevent such atrocities. Furthermore, considering current turbulent times, Estonia has put much effort into keeping the Security Council and the international community focused on our region's security. For example, on Belarus, Crimea, and Georgia. We have prioritized enhancing cooperation between EU and the Security Council on peace and security matters, including by inviting the High Representative to brief the Council. Our work on the Belarus file has been the most challenging. However, international community has reached a broad consensus that the activities of the authorities of Belarus have implications for international peace and security. This is clearly demonstrated by the strong press takeout by like-minded countries on the instrumentalization of migrants last week, as well as by the fact that the latest area formula meeting on the situation in Belarus in October 2021 was co-sponsored by 32 countries from 5 continents. We are counting on our partners to keep a close eye on the situation in our region and draw the attention of the Council to these developments also in the future. Small elected members can acquire influence and prestige thanks to their readiness to assume a greater role and more responsibility in the work of the Security Council. Estonia took the role of the main negotiator for the mandates of the EU Operation Irini, together with France, and co-penholdership for Afghanistan, together with Norway. Hereby, I would like to thank Norway once again for our excellent cooperation on Afghanistan. I wish you every success in taking this difficult file forward also next year. The role of the rotating presidency offers The elected members, including small member states, another opportunity to influence the Security Council's work. Estonia strongly believes that the Council must remain sized on emerging security threats. Therefore, Estonia has used its 2 presidencies to pave the way for cybersecurity to reach the Council's agenda. Our hard work has paid off. Estonia managed to hold the first ever official Security Council meeting on cybersecurity during its Security Council presidency in past June. We consider it one of our greatest achievements. I hope that the subject will remain at the Security Council table also for next years. One of Estonia's objectives as an elected member has been to promote greater transparency and openness of the work of the Security Council. To that end, Estonia has tried to include as many civil society representatives as possible, with a particular focus on female briefers in the Council meetings, and encouraged other member states to do the same. Civil society briefers provide a broader view of the impact of conflicts. It has been worthwhile and very useful tool for us, and I believe that for everyone at the Council. Dear audience, in conclusion, allow me to reiterate that despite their size, small states can be successful at the Security Council. Elected members provide small states with an opportunity to play a role in global affairs that is disproportionate to their size. I wish Norway every success for their second year at the United Nations Security Council, and I wish you all fruitful discussions today. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Liimets, for setting the scene, for highlighting the purpose of Estonia and small states to work in the Security Council, and also for introducing many of the priorities that Estonia has had, some of them together with Norway. We will be discussing some of these priorities in more detail later today. But now it is time to hear a video greeting from Norway, from Foreign Minister Anniken Huitfeldt.
Foreign Minister Liimets, colleagues and friends, I'm very sorry that I cannot join you in Tallinn in person today. Fortunately, Estonia and Norway are both countries that have embraced digital solutions, well before the pandemic, I should add. Our interest in digital tools has been an asset in the UN Security Council. The pandemic has profoundly affected the working methods of the Council, like everything else. We are pleased and proud to have served together with Estonia on the Council in 2021. This is the first time a Nordic and a Baltic country have served together on the Security Council. What does that mean? First, it means that we have 2 strong voices on the Council working to protect and promote international law and multilateralism. At a time when international law, norms and values are under pressure, an UN-led international order is the best option. It is well worth defending. Second, it also means that we have 2 strong mouthpieces for North European views on the key issues of our time, from protection of civilians, women's rights, to effect on the climate changes on security. And last, it means that we lose an important ally on the Council at the end of December, not least in our joint work on the Afghanistan file. We look forward to continuing our close cooperation with Estonia in the UN in 2022 and beyond. I would like to thank NUPI and EFPI for their important work and cooperation. I wish you every success with the conference today.
So it's time to start with the first panel, and it is really a dream composition of panelists, I must say. And in this first session, we will be having a broad discussion on why do small states aim to join the UN Security Council? How do they do it? How do they make the most of this experience? One thing we have been discussing a lot across the project is the working methods, which are very important in diplomacy. In order to make a difference, you need to know how to promote your priorities. And we will, of course, also be looking a bit on the achievements of Estonia, Norway, and Sweden. Very happy to have a Swedish panelist also with us, so we have a great composition of Northern European small states, like-minded countries, how they have been working in the Security Council. And I guess we might also talk about the limitations and constraints that small states as elected members may have in promoting their priorities. So I will be introducing the speakers along the way as we go. And we will start with President Kersti Kaljulaid, who was the figurehead of Estonia's UN Security Council campaign. She was president of Estonia in 2016 to 2021, and previously has been serving as member of the European Court of Auditors and advisor to Prime Minister Mart Laar, holding various top-level positions. And we know her in Estonia as a strong advocate of human rights and rule of law, international law, freedom of speech, and democracy. So, really happy to have you with us, Madam President, and please, you have the floor.
Well, I listened to your introduction, and I remember a few years ago during our campaign, I was in a panel. It was also in Tallinn. It was our conference on human rights, and somebody was really patronizing and said, well, you know, small states, they maybe can tweak the agenda a little bit here and there. I got really angry with that kind of approach. I think small nations have this limitation that they should never set themselves small objectives. I mean, this is not for us. If we do something, we have to do it 200% and really set ourselves serious objectives. For us, the main objective and also the campaign promise was to bring cyber and digital issues into the Security Council. And many thought it would be tricky to achieve, and indeed we had to be quite opportunistic, adventurous, and really do things which opened the way on a fast track, because after all your stay is 2 years, and we know that 2 years is a relatively short time to push things in the agenda, particularly if they have never been there before. Our opportunism, of course, was in bringing the cyber attack against Georgia, which has an open file anyway ongoing, under any other business, and from there on saying that, okay, now we have a case, we need to continue. Initially, we only managed an area, but we were not discouraged. We moved on, and then finally we got it on the official agenda. Campaign promise kept. And I think it's a good and really classy example how a small state can set an objective, be open about it. I mean, not to fear that if we do not achieve it, then people will, I mean, make jokes about us and will be ridiculized. No, you have to be public and you have to really work hard and you can get things done. And of course, the classic, why are small states elected at all? Because they are stickers to international law and rules. So this we have been, we promised to be, and we've been. Also, as we promised.
Yes, indeed, Estonia has been a very bold newcomer in the Security Council. As we also say in the report, Estonia has not shied away from raising difficult topics, complicated topics, also new topics such as cybersecurity, which has not been on the Security Council agenda before. And in this way, it has really kind of attracted attention and I think also gained respect. But can you say us a few more words about what are the tricks to make this kind of bold approach a success?
I mean, just talk to people and ask. And if you really have reason and you have a certain reputation that, I mean, these are your topics, and if you say so, then this must be for true and real. And as we all know, Estonia is known as the world's only totally digitally transformed governance model. And hence people tend to believe us in this area. So it was predictable and we have a reputation. And this has helped a lot, I have to say. But of course, we have also been open to listening the worries and interests of others. I mean, of course, I mean, you cannot only push your own agenda, you have to be very attentive, particularly to your E10 colleagues and their needs and their wills and wishes as well. And Estonia has been working with partners and others in the Security Council tirelessly, not only for our own objectives, but also to achieve and help others to achieve their objectives. It's a lot of work for a small delegation, and I know how hard it has been for them sometimes, but they have tirelessly demonstrated also that the objectives of Norway, the objectives of Germany, the objectives of all others, they do matter for us as much as our own. And I believe this kind of selfless readiness to work for others' objectives as well helped a lot.
Yes, and I would also like to ask you to comment a bit the domestic context of Estonia's preparation and membership in the Security Council. We know that this issue was debated a lot in Estonia, whether it was a good idea, first of all, to try to achieve membership in the UN Security Council. It is, of course, costly. It takes a lot of resources. In Estonia, there has been more debate on this, I would say, than in the case of Norway. So what can we say now? We are almost at the end of Estonia's membership. Did it pay off?
Well, already the campaign paid off because we made sure that our campaign had a strong business diplomacy element because we very well knew we could also fail and then we will not be left with empty hands. And we put a lot of effort to always travel with good business delegations and promote Estonian digital prowess in private sector as well. So this already paid off. Now to the council itself, well, we didn't want to campaign on the slogan that look how good it was that Lithuania was there when things went wrong in Ukraine. But unfortunately, we've also seen that, it was important that there was a strong voice discussing also still Georgia, Ukraine, and now also Belarus. The question of Belarus has been really important for us to have it discussed in the Security Council and also to give the voice to Belarusian opposition. Svetlana Tsikhanovskaya went to a Security Council virtual meeting from Tallinn. Actually, they were all virtual at that time. This, I believe, has been important for the regional security of us. So indeed, this also has clearly paid off, even if I would have, of course, bitterly preferred that we didn't have to discuss these issues in the Security Council. Our diplomatic corps, I believe, has also gained specialists who now know how Security Council really works. The technical understanding of how it works, how you get your things on agenda, how you make sometimes things difficult to your competitors and opponents. It's a whole lot of technical learning, and now we have this capability. This is a value in itself, I believe. And also, I think that the Estonian diplomatic tiger had maybe been a little bit sleepy because, our most important partners and allies are close by and we are very used to communicating to them. And if you think of the European nations, well, there's Brussels anyway, we talk to them anyway. And having to exercise ourselves to be understood and understand also countries further afield has paid off as well for the whole diplomatic service of Estonia. And I would particularly mention our new African strategy. Without this campaign, I don't think we would have one. And this strategy and our cooperation projects with Africa actually have also been noticed by European partners for whom it is very important that we do participate in development cooperation and contribute to the south neighborhood of the European Union. So in many ways it has paid off, I would say.
Indeed, yes. And a final question to you before we turn to the other panelists is related to the context of great power competition in the Security Council. This was one of the worries of Estonia ahead of joining the Security Council, that being there will put you in a position where you are in the global limelight and you will have to visibly take sides in different issues that may divide even sometimes our allies, taking different positions. And this similar concern, I know, has been also addressed to some extent in Norway. So what is your answer? Was this concern justified? Have we kind of had to make these difficult choices of choosing sides that we would rather not do?
No, we haven't. And we never told that we will. We've stood the course of always basing our decisions on international rule of law, international law, and the previous decisions by the United Nations. And if you are really strong on this basis, then all your partners and allies realize that since it is the role of the small nations in Security Council to be stickers to the rules, then nobody actually holds it against you. And I personally find this, the very truth in this saying by Lennart Meri that, international law is the nuclear weapon of a small nation. It truly is. And not only in Security Council, if you can justify your position and not taking sides by international agreements and the legal position, then basically your partners and allies always realize why you're not taking sides. Once you step off of this basis, I mean, then forever you've lost it. So you only have, I mean, one go, and we've been actually for 30 years true to this position, and unwaveringly. If we once wavered, we would lose this kind of foundation to our position taking in diplomacy. So it hasn't been an issue. What has been an issue, on the other hand, what has been explaining to Estonian people, I mean, why we, for example, if we know that in Afghanistan there is a horrible ruling Taliban, why we still advocate for UNAMA mission and continuous support at least to avoid famine in Afghanistan? Because Estonia has always had also the luxury of voicing our principles, but not then realizing that in real life sometimes you have to take these tools, which luckily we have in an international system like Red Cross and UNAMA mission itself and so on, and to make sure that at least people are alive. And then thereafter you can move to more conditionality. Explaining this has been, I find, quite difficult in Estonia.
Yes, we will talk later today more about conflict resolution and the experiences of Estonian-Norwegian cooperation on the Afghanistan file, which was definitely a very complicated one. But now I would like to turn to Kristin Haugevik, who has been the co-leader of our project on Estonia and Norway in the Security Council. And she is a senior research fellow at the Norwegian Institute of International Affairs. Kristin has been working a lot on diplomacy and interstate cooperation and friendship, and making a great contribution to the project and our joint report. So, Kristin, what is your take on small states' efforts and possibilities in the Security Council?
So let me start by thanking you, Kristi, for organizing this fantastic event. I think it's wonderful that we're actually here in person. As you said in the beginning, we have conducted this project largely digitally, and when it started, we didn't even know whether Norway was in fact going to be on the Security Council. So it has been fantastic to look at this process as it unfolded and to follow the moves of these two diplomatic missions. So the question we have looked at, and which I think is fascinating to respond to, is the question of why should small states seek elected membership of the UN Security Council? Because we know from the academic literature and we know from policy debates that there are many factors which limit their room for maneuver and their ability to influence council decisions. So not only can permanent members block the processes, they can use their veto. Some issues or questions never even make it to the agenda. Decisions and actions can be delayed and hindered due to suboptimal working procedures. And there's a considerable administrative burden on the states that take on this role. It takes time, it needs resources, and often these resources have to be taken elsewhere from the foreign policy system. And we may add to this that campaigning for a seat is quite costly, both in terms of economic, diplomatic, and administrative resources, and perhaps especially for smaller states like Norway and Estonia, which have smaller foreign ministries, relatively speaking, and more limited diplomatic resources. So it's time-consuming, and it will unavoidably push other issues down on the agenda, because this takes up a lot of time and a lot of effort. And if we add to this as well that the competitor in a bid may well be a state which has a like-minded position, so it could be somebody who could just as well promote some of the same values and priorities, as was, for example, the case when Norway won the bid up against Canada back when it was campaigning. So Canada, at least in a number of respects, have a similar international profile to Norway and some of the same priorities. So in short, if it's costly and time-consuming, the leeway is limited and someone else could fill the role, then why bother, as Anne-Marie Ekengren, Fredrik Hjorten, and Ulrika Möller asked in an academic article last year? Well, as we find in our report, there are some reasons why small states seek an elected seat. So one set of explanations focus on values. So many states that are small are also altruistic, and they want to contribute to the common greater good. Another set of explanations look at self-interest. So small players have an interest in upholding multilateral institutions, a rules-based order. The informal structures are not always to their benefit. So if things become less transparent, less formalized, then that could work against the interests of small states. So when the system works, the small states feel more secure. An elected seat can also be seen as an opportunity, and I think this is what both the Estonian and Norwegian campaign highlighted, an opportunity to pursue certain priorities on the council. So to choose some matters that one one is well placed to lift on the agenda. And then finally, and I think what we found in our report was that this was seen by diplomats to be an important outcome, but not necessarily an important driver, was the fact that being on the council itself can add to a nation's visibility, to the international prestige. It's a way of building networks, and also an opportunity to educate, as the president was mentioning, to educate the diplomatic system, so to add skills to the diplomatic corps, so that one is better positioned in other areas of foreign policy as well. It's kind of like when political parties go into government, it's also a chance to educate the apparatus. So that's certainly also a driver. So when Norway joined the bid for the seat this last time around, there was broad support at home. There was, of course, some debate. There should be, I think, and domestically there was some debate, for example, as to whether this campaign was too costly. Was the Norwegian government using too much money on socks and equipment with, promoting Norway as a candidate? There was a question of how much influence one could actually expect to get if one did acquire a seat. Would being on the council put Norway in the hotspot between the great powers? Could it make things more difficult in other areas of foreign policies? And then it was the question, as I mentioned, whether other like-minded states could just as well have played that role. But for Norway, I think one important thing, and we've talked about this during the report, because it sets Norway and Estonia a bit apart from one another in terms of the experiences they have, is that for Norway, the UN has for a very long time been the backbone of Norwegian foreign policy. It's a very integrated part of the foreign policy structure. So Norway was one of the founding nations of the UN. It takes very much pride in having the UN as a cornerstone of Norwegian foreign policy. It's often referred to as a first-order priority. And it fits with what we often call the long lines of Norwegian foreign policy, which is really across political color. It's always something that's considered very little controversial. And it plays with also the Norwegian self-identity as being a peace nation, a large donor, a steady and reliable contributor to peace and security, an honest broker, as it's sometimes called, well-connected, with valuable expertise and experience, and also a state which is very committed to multilateralism. So this is something that we found repeatedly in the official discourse around this bid for the presidency. So yes, Norway is a small state in many respects, but it's also a potent player, as one of our former colleagues at NUPI once put it. And I think this is an important part of the explanation as to why Norway has served 5 times as an elected member of the UN Security Council, the first time in 1949. And since that, it has served in 15 to 20 years intervals. And Norway is also part of this Nordic rotation system, where the Nordic states take turns applying for a seat and see themselves as representing the region as a whole. So then again, back to this like-minded idea. And I think for Norway too, one thing that is interesting and that came up repeatedly was also that many Norwegian officials see this as a duty. It's something that small states should do. It's something that one should take part in at regular intervals because it's part of the commitment to the international system. So it's something that is not only nice to do, but it's actually a need to do. And when Norway was elected, it put 4 thematic priorities on the table. It was peace diplomacy, inclusion of women, protection of civilians, and climate change and security. And I think these are areas as well where Norway sees itself to have an identity and a past experience in committing. And Norway has acquired on the Security Council quite a few roles. So it's chair of the Working Group on Children and Armed Conflicts, it's chair of the Sanctions Committee on North Korea, it's chair of the Sanctions Committee on ISIL and Al-Qaeda, is co-penholder of the Syria Humanitarian Assistance dossier, as we heard, together with Ireland, is a co-penholder of the Afghanistan dossier with Estonia, as we also heard, and it's co-chair of the informal group on the linkage between climate change and security risks. So yes, there's a big apparatus that goes into this, and there's a lot of effort. And our report found that I think in both Estonia's and Norway's case, there's relatively broad agreement within the apparatus itself that it is worth it, that there is something to gain from serving these 2 years on the council. And we found that there are ways to work around these obstacles that we talked about to begin with, great power tensions, all these matters that could make it difficult on a day-to-day basis. The small states can build coalitions, they can work through the rotating presidency, they can organize special events, they can make use of the leeway provided by their penholder roles, they can use the platform and visibility they receive as a result of the Security Council to move the international discourse because they can put themes on the agenda. And I think the Estonian experience is illustrating this. When you have very clear priorities, it can help make certain issues more visible. So all in all, we do find that there is an impact to be made. And obviously this is going to be a discussion for the rest of the day as well. And I look forward to being part of this discussion. So thank you, Kristi, again.
Thank you very much, Kristin, for explaining the broader picture of small state approaches and also the Norwegian perspective, which is in some respects similar, in some respects a bit different from the Estonian one. And this is one thing we might discuss, and it was also a very interesting finding for me to compare what are the similarities and differences. But now I will turn to Piret Kuusik, who was another co-author of the report. Piret was taking part in this project as a researcher of the Estonian Foreign Policy Institute. She has recently moved on to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but we were very happy to have Piret involved in this project, and you can tell us more about your perspective on what were Estonia's motivators and achievements in this process.
Right. Well, thank you very much for having me here. As an official, a government official, I must say that everything I will say here is my personal reflection and not in any way represents the official positions of the Estonian government or the ministry. And to be honest, since I've been working there a month, I have deliberately kept myself away from looking at the UN things, knowing that I must come here in order to keep that, separation between the two. But then that also gives me this luxury to really reflect, make much more personal reflections about the Estonia's time at the UN and kind of overall, like where we have gotten with our foreign policy. I personally think that the Estonian foreign policy right now is very exciting, and it's very exciting times to be in there. And the reason why I think that is that a country that has very strong national interest, very clear, what is important to us, finds itself and has also deliberately gone into the center of global politics and increasingly has to deal with issues that may not always be our primary importance, but nevertheless they have global importance and we have to deal with them. So for instance, today I work on the geopolitical side of the Green Deal. Again, climate isn't the primary national interest, like a traditional national interest of Estonian foreign policy, but today the foreign ministry is working on it. And I think that the experience at the UN Security Council and the lead up to it has really pushed that need to deal with global issues and think globally forward. And I must say that I'm proud of the fact that Estonia has become a bit like a Nordic country, where you don't have that luxury to say that, you know what, these issues in Africa, they don't matter to us. No, they do, because we have become a member of the global community and we have to care about it. And it is a change for Estonia and the way we think about our foreign policy. It doesn't change our priorities, but nevertheless, the table has become much diverse. And the reason why I think it's good is because we are starting to act and think like the bigger partners we want to partner with, like the US, France, the UK. I always have thought about it that these countries, they don't have the luxury to choose which of the topics, the day topics they deal with. They have to deal with everything. And I think that Estonia increasingly so is stepping towards that same mindset. And going forward from that, I'm very looking forward to see what kind of sense of responsibility Estonia, or like Kristin says, a duty will Estonia have over global affairs. We are stepping into it step by step. We have some already today, but how will it become similar to the Nordics, or will it be some kind of different? I'm very, very keen to see how that develops. I think that one of the lessons from doing this project was that when Norway was a founding member and held the responsibility of the system, of the UN system itself, then Estonia entered into the system. And I think that these different perspectives are also kind of how to dictate how we behave and what we think about the UN. You have a founding responsibility. We're first of all, I think we're all lucky that we got in to begin with. But then now, like, where do we find our spot in this system, and what are the issues that we can carry? And so the story is in that sense very different. And also I think the competition between multilateral institutions in Estonia's foreign policy is much more fierce in that sense. We now, next to NATO and EU, which are all complementary to each other, of course. But what we do very deeply care about is the international law. And I think that here, Estonia's role in the in the UN will be really the key. And as the President also said, for us, standing on this principle is always the backbone of our engagement in the UN. And it kind of reminds me of this saying that I once heard in a TV series that if you follow the law, you can never go wrong. And I think that's to some extent should continue to be the guiding principle of our foreign policy and external engagement. What I also found out doing this analysis is that the elected 10 have actually gotten themselves a much bigger role in the UN Security Council than you initially learn at university. Because at university, you're so told that, you know, these are the 5 members, they decide everything, the 10 nice to haves. But actually, when you kind of look into it, through the initiative of the elected 10 themselves, they've taken new roles to them, and one of them is the benholdership. That wasn't the practice at all. But in 2013, Austria and Luxembourg started to draft conclusions on the Syrian humanitarian, on the case of Syrian, on the situation of the Syrian humanitarian situation, and now it's the practice, and it is a practice that countries choose themselves some files and they carry them throughout their time at the UN Security Council. And so again, can a small state do something? Well, no, if you're expected that it's given to you. But if you go with the mindset that we are trying to find ways that we can step up, then that practice shows that you can. And And another thing I would kind of point out is that I was actually very interested to see how Estonia will behave in the UN Security Council, because I think that any campaigning country has these very set of priorities and aims and goals that they want to achieve. And I was a bit skeptical about them because the list was fairly long in Estonia's case, thinking that, you know what, you get there and you deal with whatever comes on the table. Like, you know, how much space do you really have to push your own issues? But practice has shown that if you are if you're considered to be an expert, a knowing person on one issue, then actually you do have that space. And moreover, you find yourself, as Estonia has in cyber issues, that everyone's looking at you. And you should have information in a time where, under very, very strong time constraints, and well, you never know all the details of the issue. I think the diplomacies and politics in general has a lot to do with thinking on your feet while you're running. And the final point I want to make is that I think that we shouldn't forget the role that the EU actually plays in New York today, and especially how it shapes the foreign policy of small states in that sense. I think that Estonia is definitely a more engaged member of the UN because of EU. The EU has regular information sharing meetings. So much we heard how diplomats get information through EU networks, and then that's something that I think we increasingly in Estonia also need to kind of think about. How much does the EU foreign policy really shape our own foreign engagement abroad, and especially in issues where we don't have primary interests, but we deal with them anyways. So, as a kind of final thought, Estonia reached to the pinnacle of international affairs. I remember when I visited the UN, when I stepped into the Security Council, I thought that there's going to be like a halo or something, because as an IR student, they always tell you that this is the place where the world affairs happen. But I would kind of think of here, like, what next? What this was a very tangible aim to get. But now we have achieved that, and how do we continue our global engagement?
Thank you, Piret. Indeed, this is perhaps one of the most important observations, that being in the Security Council, Estonia has had to develop a more global perspective on international affairs, and taking more interest on issues also that are perhaps not in our immediate interest. But by taking this global perspective, you are likely to gain more interest on the side of other countries in your specific priorities. But now I will turn to the fourth panelist, Joachim Wawerka. We are so happy to have also a Swedish voice and Swedish experience in this panel. Joachim Wawerka is currently Deputy Director of SIPRI since last year. But previously he was working at the permanent mission of Sweden to the United Nations. And Sweden was in the Security Council a few years ago. It has been an important example or model for Estonia, Norway, and many other smaller states, as it really did an excellent campaign and membership. So Joachim, what would you add to our discussion on small states' opportunities in the Security Council?
Thank you very much, Kristi, and first of all, thank you for the kind invitation to attend this very important and interesting meeting. It's an honor to be here, and I'm humbled to be on a panel with such a distinguished representative of Estonia. And let me begin by congratulating Estonia on the tail end of a very successful tenure on the Council. I think that the account that we've heard by the President really demonstrates how effective Estonia has been and what excellent contributions have been made. And I think that the spirit in which you've approached this very much reminds me of the one that Sweden took a few years ago. I'd also like to congratulate you, the authors of this excellent report, and for those of you who haven't read it yet, I would recommend you to read it, because I have to say that as a practitioner, as someone who was actually in the Council for 2 years during Sweden's presidency, I can really say that I find your insights very, very pertinent, and that you really captured the nuances of the challenges that exist in the Council and how to really be able to make a difference. I have to say also that I'm struck by reading the report, listening to the discussion so far. As a former Swedish representative, I really feel a strong sense of community also, in the sense that what started perhaps, or didn't start, but what in our case started to train our sights on the issue of a Council campaign and term has really been built upon effectively by those who have come after. And I think that this is very inspiring also for the future when we look at how Nordic and Baltic states can cooperate in a Security Council context going forward, and I'll come back to that. I think, very briefly, just as perhaps as a starting point, I mean, why did Sweden run for the Council? And I think that what Kristin was telling us about the Norwegian experience is very much similar to what we experienced in Sweden. Obviously, Sweden also one of the a member since 1946 of the UN, a cornerstone of Swedish foreign policy, multilateralism, the rules-based international order is very, very much part of the Swedish DNA and sort of the foundation for our own security, of course. And I think that as you, Madam President, what you described about the discourse vis-a-vis the public here in Estonia is not as similar. That is not a similar feature with Sweden, I would argue, because in Sweden's case, about 1%, over 100,000 Swedes have served in UN peacekeeping operations over the years, for example. Sweden makes significant contributions in different respects, so at that level, this is sort of firmly established on the Swedish agenda. However, in modern times, with Sweden having become an EU member, there have been voices also who have said, well, the UN, that was sort of a thing of the past. Now it's the EU, which is the more important venue for us to exercise our foreign policy. But I think that at the end of the day, when this debate subsided also, I mean, about the dysfunctionality of the Council, the cost, the political cost, the economic cost of running a campaign, and so on and so forth. At the end of the day, the narrative prevailed that this is still very worthwhile for Sweden to pursue. And I think that in hindsight, having gone through the campaign and served on the Council, I think that notion very much prevails. So what did then Sweden seek to achieve? Well, many of the points that were raised by President Kaljulaid and also by Foreign Minister Liimets in her original or in her welcoming remarks were very similar to the approach that Sweden took. Fundamentally, what Sweden wanted to do was to contribute to making the Security Council fulfill its core mandate to maintain international peace and security. And obviously that's extremely difficult in the geopolitical situation in which we find ourselves, the constraints of the Council itself, the existence of the veto, the dynamics between the members. Not only P5, I think we should remember that the P5 is not sort of a coherent entity, but there are differences between the permanent five, as there are differences between the elected members as well. So you need to take a nuanced approach to this. But when Sweden entered the Council in 2017 on the 1st of January, it was in a difficult situation. The atmosphere in the Council was pretty bad. So we really thought that, well, one fundamental thing is to try to encourage the Council to achieve results and to make sure that what we do in the Council together at 15, because at the end of the day it's the 15 that take action together, you really need to try to strive for making the most of this, and by arriving at results that can be communicated also to the outside world, so that the Council is not just perceived as some sort of entity which sits behind closed doors and never reaches any decisions. So part of the mission that Sweden was on was to encourage the Council to take meaningful action that could then be communicated and may have an impact also on the people who's, for why the council is actually there. In our case, it was Syria, the humanitarian file of Syria. Sweden was also a pen holder on that item. During our term on the council, there were only 3 resolutions adopted on the Syria file, and those were all had to do with humanitarian access to the Syrian population, which was very much in dire need. So while the political tension was there, blocking any tangible action on a political solution to the problems in Syria, the humanitarian track was very important, one where Sweden hopefully made a bit of a difference. Yemen was another example. A neglected item on the council agenda when Sweden entered. So also there, sort of a P5 dynamic where I think Sweden was successful in making a push for meaningful action also on the humanitarian situation to address that. There was a huge cholera outbreaks in Yemen, starvation and so on and so forth. A third item, just by way of adding a little bit of flavor to these examples, would be the situation in North Korea, which also was, when Sweden entered the Council, this was an affair that was dealt with by the United States and China bilaterally. Nobody else was involved in these issues. Once the two of them had agreed on sanctions to be imposed in response, for example, to a nuclear test, that was it. Everybody else lined up and sort of voted in favor of that resolution. We felt a sense of frustration about not being part of that discussion, as did many other elected members. So we really tried to make an effort to get broader engagement by the Council on that file, and also add to sort of the whip, the sanctions instrument, but also add the weight of the political council to support positive political development. So when North Korea and South Korea started to have a dialogue, we worked to have the council lend its political weight and support to that. To those developments. So those are just some examples of what Sweden attempted to do. Also, as has been mentioned earlier, some of the thematic approaches, climate security issues, I may come back to those a little bit later, but also women, peace and security, enhancing the participation of women in the Council's agenda were other items. But I don't want to drone on these examples, but I just wanted to put that sort of in a context of what Sweden as an elected member attempted to do. Relative success, as I said, but also there were obviously significant number of setbacks while we were on the council. Use of chemical weapons in Syria, the situation in Myanmar, no tangible progress there. But this leads me then to also coming to a conclusion here that despite those challenges that existed, many of them due to what Kristin was referring to as, for example, the veto, the challenges on the council that make it difficult to act. If you, as an elected member, really make an effort to identify the spaces, for example, where there's a blocked situation by P5 disagreement. If you do that, you use the working methods in a constructive way, some of them exemplified in your excellent report, then you can really make a difference as an elected member. And why is this important? Well, it's a question of sort of safeguarding the credibility of this institution, which I think all of us, particularly smaller countries, have to rely on in the global international system as it looks now. And finally, then, I think that now having identified ways to do this and having recent examples from Estonia, Norway is doing an excellent job currently on the council with 1 year remaining of their term, building on what has been done by other elected members. Piret, you mentioned a couple of examples of how the Syria humanitarian file started. So I think that now, when elections of elected members take place earlier than they did in the past, the observation periods before joining the council are longer than they were in the past. Cooperation between outgoing, current, and departing members is better. There's really scope for elected members to make more of a difference. And I think that the Nordic and Baltic countries really have an interesting possibility to do that. Estonia and Norway, good example. Looking ahead, we have Latvia and Denmark hopefully being the next couple to join more or less into an overlapping period if that's successful. But I realize that I've probably spoken too long, so let me just end it there with saying that I think that there's tremendous scope for cooperation on this, and I look forward to discussing that further. So thank you very much, Kristi.
Thank you, Joachim. Thanks a lot for this insider perspective based on the Swedish experience, which indeed has been very interesting to follow. I would like to turn back to President Kaljulaid now with this question of Nordic-Baltic cooperation in the UN and its Security Council. We sensed during the project that this experience of Estonia and Norway being there together, it really gave a boost to our cooperation. But once the elected membership is over, shall we still find new opportunities to increase this regional cooperation? And does this elected membership in the Security Council, does it bring Estonia closer to the Nordics? That's what we always aim at.
I am quite sure that we have built also and renewed trust between our actors in the UN, but many Estonians actually overlook what Estonia has otherwise done in the UN. I mean, Estonia has been leading UNICEF. Estonia was in the chair when the first ever agreement globally on plastic was achieved in Nairobi. I mean, we've also been part of the committee which dealt with the selection procedures of the Secretary General, and we believe that it was made therefore more transparent and open and easy to also to influence for smaller countries. We were also very actively all participating in that action. Right now, one of the global advocates of the Secretary General is Estonian, and etc., etc. We have done other things in UN, and now we are just more competent to continue with this and do it together, of course, with our Nordic-Baltic partners. And it is obvious for us who have been there that we are always there and accessible for each other. I mean, we gather information for each other when they are in a competitive situations. We do sometimes cooperate on events and so on. So I just ask people to pay more attention which is going on, because a lot actually is going on, and I hope it will continue to go on. Estonia also has decided to run again, but our step is a bit longer than yours. It's about 30 years. And also Estonia, I think it was 2052, aspires to have a president of the General Assembly. I think I know already a few good candidates actually, and I'm not joking, who are currently part of our team in the Security Council. So we have a really long-term view. And similarly to what has been mentioned by my Norwegian and Swedish colleagues here, Estonia has contributed through our military capabilities to UN, EU, NATO, various missions. Since we regained independence, it took us 2 years to get to Bosnia-Herzegovina, I believe, which was our first mission. And this is, for Estonians, something which we very readily have accepted and continue to accept. Even if, I mean, you have to, of course, admit that the costs, potential costs and the risks are in a different magnitude. Yet, indeed, we found somehow hard to explain why behind this most difficult diplomatic table we should be present. But we should, because we are a responsible, mid-size, rich country. Similarly to, as our Nordic neighbors here have said, we are like they are, and we should take this responsibility.
So I think one thing that is common to Estonia and Norway and Sweden is this aspiration to punch above our weight. This is something we have been hearing repeatedly. And participation in different international missions and operations is a good example of kind of doing more than one might actually expect from countries of such a small size. one thing we have...
I really don't think, any of us aspires to, punch above our weight. I think it's our responsibility, and we set objectives which are totally achievable. Therefore, they are well within our range of abilities. So I don't think this is our aspiration, frankly. It's our obligation, yes, and we know how to do it, and we simply do it. This punching above the weight sounds like some kind of grandstanding. This we're not doing.
So we are doing what we can and have to do.
We're punching. That's what we are.
Yeah, and one thing we heard from the Nordic colleagues was this deeply ingrained thinking in their diplomatic tradition that the UN is a backbone of their foreign policy and it's a first-order priority. Can you say the same about Estonia today?
Yes, I think for those who in general discuss where is Estonia and what's our role and position in global world, for them, yes. For the wider public, I think it doesn't need to be. I think most people demand that the Estonian diplomats and politicians keep us safe and secure and prosperous in this world. How we do it, I don't think they should daily think about it, but we know this is a tool and continues to be a tool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one of the challenges is this question of how to reach out to your own public on such complex matters as working in the UN and the Security Council. It's like a lot of behind-the-scenes work on complex global processes that most people don't know much about. So what do our Nordic colleagues say about this question of how much you try to reach out to the domestic public? To what extent is it important? How to explain these UN matters and make this a kind of broadly supported priority in your country that indeed you have to contribute to the work of the UN? Joachim.
I think that in the Swedish case, like I said, I think traditionally speaking, the UN has really enjoyed a high status. There's been so many people who've been involved personally or have family members who've been involved personally in UN activities. There's a strong tradition in Swedish schools of arranging model UN kind of events. And I think that there's a recognition of the fact that that Sweden or the UN is really part and parcel of the Swedish history. And I think that also symbolic issues like Dag Hammarskjöld, who's a highly regarded individual, he's on Swedish bills, for example. We have other people who have made contributions. The latest incarnation, of course, being Jan Eliasson, who's the current chair of SIPRI, but was the former Deputy Secretary General of the UN and a very public figure. So in that sense, I think that it really exists. But it's also, I think, a question of demonstrating and explaining how there's relevance. This engagement is relevant also beyond the UN. And when we talk about, the President mentioned how Estonia has other commitments and assignments that sort of have spawned from or are related to the Council tenure. And I think that's very important because, when you're on the council, all of a sudden you're playing on all the keys of the keyboard in a way which you wouldn't be doing otherwise. That gives you, people come to you. You wouldn't necessarily have to seek out interlocutors. You build a reputation, you create a legacy on issues that can then be used in other contexts. In Sweden's case, I think that one thing, if you stay close to home and the UN context, it's the Peacebuilding Commission, for example. You become a credible member of the Peacebuilding Commission, where you can continue to channel your political priorities and the insights that you have. In Sweden, also attempted to bring the PBC and the Security Council closer together, but also beyond that as a tool in the diplomatic toolbox. In Sweden's case, this year, Sweden has been the chair in office of the OSCE, for example, and many of the tools learned at the Security Council have been deployed in making the most out of that chairpersonship. One example, which I think is interesting also in our context today, is actually the issue of climate and security, where Sweden really made a huge effort with the support of SIPRI, by the way, during its term on the Council. Germany came after, carried that torch forward, and then now we have Norway, Estonia, who've also pushed this agenda in a very meaningful way. So I think that those are sort of deploying those tools and making that visible also in the broader context. That sort of also helps to legitimize an effort to be active in the UN.
Kristin, what would you add from the Norwegian experience?
Yeah, I think a lot of the things that Joachim are saying are reflections that could be said about the Norwegian side as well. I think there are many similarities. I think in the Norwegian case, in addition, the World War II experience have often been linked to the Norwegian part in the founding of the United Nations, so that these two are very often linked in the sort of the telling of how Norwegian foreign policy emerged and what kind of responsibilities one need to take. I think unlike, for example, EU membership, which is something that has been, the subject of considerable debate in the Norwegian public society, where you have a strong emotional sides on both sides, whether one should be part of that or not. Nordic cooperation and UN cooperation are never subject to the same sort of tensions in the public. So it's little debated in that sense, even though I was reflecting on in my introduction the fact that some critical voices were asking questions about whether Norway should spend the resources on being on the council. But I did not take that to be a debate about the role of the UN as such. So it was more about the resources and the time spent. I think on the Norwegian side as well, the importance is also what's at stake here, and many of us have talked about the rules-based international order. And I think this reflection, as I was mentioning, the World War II experience, how the UN came out of that experience as a collective solution. I think for small states like Norway and for states like the Nordics and the Baltics, I think very much security lies in having these frameworks. They have served us well in the sense that they keep things more predictable. They make sure that we are present in the room when decisions are made. There's sort of being around the table factor. And at the moment, with tensions arising, as well as, I think, the emergence as well of more informal structures and bi- and trilateral constellations coming out sort of in between many of the fixed institutions, and that could make it harder for small states to maneuver over time. And I think this sentiment is largely present also in the sort of Norwegian public debate about these things, that the UN system has served us well despite sort of limitations inbuilt in the structures. And so this is something that collectively, and we have the same experiences as Joachim was mentioning with model UN and so on in school. So I think that reflections goes for the Norwegian society as well.
Piret, would you like to comment on the Estonian debate, how it has evolved during the past couple of years?
I think I actually started to think, how much do personalities matter on promoting international issues or international organizations? Because one of the things, I think because Estonia started its campaign, if I'm not wrong, in 2005 or 2006, but it really became the vocal point in the basically when Madam President came and put her face onto the campaign. And I think that, and then it became a subject of debate, and you really saw that kind of force the force it got in the kind of diplomatic scene, and as you say that maybe here, because when I think about also the Finnish the Finnish experience with the UN, then when I was growing up. Then one of the people that was highlighted me in diplomacy was also Matti Ahtisaari and Elisabeth Rehn, because of their activities in the UN. And I remember when I wrote my personal statement for my BA, I mentioned them because they were tangible reference points for bigger ideas or wishes or interests that I had that I wanted to express. And so in that sense, I think when we ask about how the UN comes out in Estonia's public's mind, I think then it will be interesting to see whether President Kaljulaid will stay the face or someone else will, or how does it reflect with personalities. But as often it is said, people matter in politics. Personalities matter in politics, and I think that's one of the things. But one of the things I would like to also highlight about the Estonians, I think the foreign ministry really took very seriously the public side of the membership, and really put efforts into trying to explain what is Estonia doing and why it is doing so. So much so that there is also like a 3-part series on the national TV with our Estonian diplomats working in the UN, talking about what they do day to day. And I think that's, if anything, then if it inspires few 15-year-olds get more interested in international relations, then I think that it has served its purpose. And in that sense, I think these no one likes advertisements in their face, but if it's like subtle and indirect, then I think it works pretty well.
Yes, and indeed we do highlight in our report also this importance of, for Estonia, having had the visible figurehead in the person of President in promoting the campaign. It was really important both domestically and to the outside, a very important role. Now we still have some time left for discussion, and I would also like to encourage our audience to give your comments or questions. There is a microphone going around. I can see one hand up, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Minna Lind. At the moment, I'm in the Foreign Ministry Human Rights Ambassador, but until 2019, I was also in New York dealing with our campaign to the Security Council. Hi, Joachim.
Nice to see you.
In that sense, also that brings me to my question. Thank you so much for all the insights. It's great to be back in my mind and thinking in these times. As we know, in the UN, we have like 110 countries which are considered small states. We have a forum of small states there. And we have like 65 countries who have never served in the Security Council, and many of these are the small states. So we have had these discussions also that would it be fair that everybody gets their share to be in the council, let's say without spending a lot of resources. So my question would be also inspired by the comments made by President Kaljulaid, that leaving out this possibility of campaigning, which has brought to Estonia many good relations, also relations with countries we had no relations or actually not much activity before, would in an ideal world, if that would be also something agreed in the UN, would that be the preferable way, also having Norway and Sweden gone through that quite difficult campaigning? Or is it still better to do the campaign, to set your priorities, to be in the council, and then pursue whatever you can, what has been discussed here? Thank you.
Thank you, Minna-Liina, for your question. And we all know we wouldn't have done all this work if it had not been a contested seat. We all know that for us, this pushed us to really work hard, to really crystallize and work on this. What is our objective there? What is our position vis-a-vis one group of states? What is the position vis-a-vis one big issue or another big issue globally? We had to find answers to any question which will be thrown at us beforehand. And this exercise alone actually helped a lot. And I have to say that I fully support that each and every nation should have an opportunity to serve, but then they must be ready to work hard. Because we also, I think from history and also from the current set, we know countries for whom we have the question, where they are taking leadership. What is their objective to being here? And I believe that countries should honestly also look at themselves and say whether they are ready to contribute and how they are going to contribute. And for example, for us it was obvious that the link from ministry to Security Council is extremely long. So we decided it will be really the representation of the embassy-led Security Council membership, and we therefore decided a really strict framework in the government. I mean, how we come to the positions, I mean, if there is a pre-existing position, if there is a EU position, and was really clearly worded, so we could actually automatize a lot because we knew our limitations that were small. But you have to have ambition, otherwise I would still say not worth doing it. And I think our ambition grew through this contested seat campaign. And I'm very grateful for those who I once overheard in a room where you normally overhear people but don't see them and you don't know who else there is in the long line of cabins. I once overheard Minna-Liina got, a colleague talking to her who said, like, oh, poor you must be so overworked and so tired. You have president, you have prime minister, you have minister of foreign affairs here. And then Minna-Liina said, yes, and I'm so enjoying it. That became our campaign motto. Wherever we were doing 20 meetings per day, we were so enjoying it.
Piret.
Yes, a few thoughts. I think the worst thing that can happen to any institution is stagnation. And I think that these type of campaigns, or let's say the EU's presidency, they are actually good for the system in the capitals as well. And I think that the campaign as such really broadened the way the foreign ministry does its business. But also not only, actually the Parliament Foreign Affairs Committee as well went to many visits, and in that sense, though of course it's expensive, it takes time, but overall I think this exercise is good because it does push you out of your comfort zone. You do have to, and diplomats have to become a bit of politicians to really get those votes. And as we know, voting is all about counting. And so one by one, you get those votes together and get the seats. So I think any kind of a shake-up is always a bit good, if it's not too much, of course.
Kristin, you mentioned the Norwegian campaign also in your remarks. What would you add from the Norwegian perspective?
First of all, I think it's an excellent question, because one could imagine that, as you were alluding to as well, that the resources that are put into the campaign could have been spent differently, and so in a sense for the greater good. So I was just reflecting up here about, so the typical researcher response would be that there are obviously advantages to both systems, because one could imagine that having a fixed rotating system would also lead to more planning ahead. So maybe these capitals would then invest more in the preparations for taking over the presidency. Or not the presidency, but taking over the permanent seat, so that they would, for example, start planning ahead 2 or 3 years, starting to have meetings and sort of positioning themselves and transferring. So I think maybe the costs wouldn't be all that different if one thought about perspectives such as that. So I think I also agree with what Piret said in terms of like the national anchoring, and in having the campaign is sort of a way for the states themselves to say, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this at this point in time? Why is this institution still important to us? And that sort of national reflection, I think, is still important to all the states that are members, that one continues to have this sort of critical self-reflection about whether or not this system is the way it was intended to be for the state itself. So I think it's an interesting idea that one took away the campaigning and gave everyone the same opportunity. And I think actually I would have loved to see more of like the research base for that type of arrangements. You mentioned a couple, Piret, in other institutions where it's working more on a pre-arranged basis. So I think it's interesting, but I see advantages with the current model.
Joachim.
Yes, well, thank you very much, and very nice to see you, Minna-Liina. I couldn't see you because we're blinded by the light, but it's very nice to know that you're there. I agree very much with the previous speakers. I think that actually, both in terms of the sort of the national debate and reflection, that's an important point, but also, if you look at it operationally speaking, for us it was a way of rejuvenating the organization, the Foreign Service. It activated not only our bilateral relationships, but in order to do that, everybody, we made a point of this being, it's not only for the sort of the UN division of the MFA, but it's actually something that everybody needs to be involved in. Everybody needs to promote this. We need to identify who are we, what's our pitch to those whose support we're seeking. So in that sense, it becomes a mission to join around, and that's very important. I also think that, picking up on the point of President Kaljulaid, I think that when you, and that's actually one of the, I think, main, points of what makes a successful elected member. If you have a motivated political leadership and a tightness between the political level and the diplomats who are carrying out the day-to-day work, that's really a prerequisite for being effective. If everybody else will know that if you don't have political backing, you stand no chance of pursuing your interests in the council. So if you were to have a system where you sort of on a rotational basis allow members to take up their seats, by the way, obviously I think that everybody has the right to serve on the council and should seize the opportunity. But I think that rather than having that on a rotational basis, I think it does make sense to have members who really are motivated to go for it and to do the best they can out of the opportunity. One reflection of that is also, I think, that if you didn't have that system, you would give even more disproportionate influence to the permanent members who would always be there, because you would have, members come on board who may not be super motivated to be there, may not have the tools, or may have not equipped themselves to be able to serve, or having a commitment to actually making the council work. Because I think at the end of the day, coming back to a very fundamental point, we're talking about us all, the membership of the UN, contributing to making this a functional tool according to the UN Charter. And that's, I think, very, very important.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to ask one more question about Estonia's campaign, since we have the figurehead with us here. I mean, countries campaign differently, and they also do their membership in different ways. And for Estonia, one of the questions was how to make the most of the limited resources, and how to make an effective campaign. And I think Estonia was quite innovative. So would you tell us shortly about what kind of approach Estonia developed? What were the innovative aspects?
Well, many elements have also been mentioned already here. I mean, all Estonian diplomats, politicians, also I would like to mention our e-governance academy people, I mean, for a decade wherever they went, they always took these points on board, and they were not lazy to promote these points. So we entered the active phase of the campaign with the world pretty well informed about our serious will, because we had been globally demonstrating our serious will. And in this last 2 years, our most difficult question was on how do we know the world if you have about 40 embassies and only one of them in Africa where there are more than 60 votes to be got. So we realized we have to do things very differently, and we tried to turn our lack of resources into our advantage. I mean, actually recruiting the leaders of other regions, among other presidents, prime ministers, to advocate for us. I mean, why should they do it? Because we told them that, we come to your events, we never campaign on your events openly, we do not usurp, the podiums there. We talk about, digital transformation, what we have achieved, how to do these kind of changes. But, please, represent us, because we need your support. And this kind of, I would say, different approach to this old-fashioned 20th century diplomacy, that there is a desk officer, and then there is the chief of the desk, and so on, and then finally there is the meeting where then this agreement is reached that where every country supports each other. So we didn't have time for that, we don't have resources for that, so we did things differently. And very important also was to what was for me worked very well was that if we had toured the region, we immediately thereafter returned to New York, gathered with the help of our ambassador all the embassies from the region and the ambassadors, and we sat down with them and talked to them about what we have found in their region. In the context of cooperation, but also in the context of demonstrating that we do really understand their problems. We've been to the region, carefully listening, systematizing what has been said to us. This worked very well, and of course, it does help that if the president comes, I noticed PEM reps were enchanted quite often with them. And this seemed to work the magic as well. In the final stage, well, it might help that after the first round, you send not only ambassador around looking confident in the room, but some of the colleagues will talk at the different levels to their colleagues and say, like, you don't want to sit here until the late in the evening, do you really? These kind of things. I mean, actually we were visible, we were present, and all of us from the lower to the top end, I mean, we were seen to really at every step to want this seat. I mean, it was so visible that the PGA turned up in blue dress and was not really shy about why she had turned up in blue dress in that morning.
Thank you. Diplomacy is often thought of as a very old-fashioned field with long traditions, but actually we know that it is also a very creative and innovative field. It's a question of how you want to do it. Now it is time to sum up this panel. I think we've heard great insights into why small states do make the choice to use their limited resources for something like having a seat in the UN Security Council. Of course, for small states, it's always a pertinent question how to select your priorities very carefully and make sure that you use your limited resources in the most effective way. I am really grateful to all the panelists. It was fantastic to have you with us and to start with this discussion. Thank you all for coming, and thanks to the audience. Now it is time for a coffee break.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Anna-Maria Osula. I'm working as a senior researcher at Taltech and as a senior policy advisor in Guardtime. It is a great pleasure for me to be chairing this esteemed panel today here. We will be focusing on cybersecurity and the work done in the UN Security Council. More and more cyber incidents are taking place daily. We see more sophisticated attacks, and we see an increase in the offensive capabilities of both actors, state actors and non-state actors. Hence, it is of no surprise that cybersecurity is high on the agendas of international organizations and also the focus of many states worldwide. However, until recently, cybersecurity has never been formally part of the agenda of the UN Security Council. In June 2021, Estonia changed that, and this will be one of the focal points of this panel. We will be talking today about different approaches of Estonia and Norway to cybersecurity in the UN context. We will be discussing similarities, but also differences, and I think this is what makes this session so interesting. We have a great panel here with us today. Thank you so much for joining us. We have 3 experts here with us in Tallinn and 1 expert joining us online all the way from New York. So we will give all the panelists 10 minutes to introduce their views, and then we will open the debate for further discussion. It is my great pleasure to introduce the first speaker, Heli Tiirma-Klaar, who is the Ambassador-at-Large at the Estonian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Heli has worked extensively with cybersecurity in the Ministry of Defense in Estonia, also in NATO and in the European Union. Thank you, Heli, for joining us, and very interested to hear about your thoughts. What do you think was Estonia successful in pushing cybersecurity to the agenda of the Security Council? What were the main efforts and what were the main challenges? Thank you.
Thank you, Anna-Maria. It's nice to be here and pleasure to see you all, and also nice to meet my fellow panelists again. Although we all live in Estonia, our lives are so busy, we rarely get to see each other, so I think we should have some sort of regular format of cyber veterans coming together. So before I go to the Security Council issues, maybe I should start with a broader picture where exactly this Security Council events in the broader Estonian cyber foreign policy and foreign policy sit. Well, Estonia was the first country in the world after 2007 attacks that has started to raise the issue of cybersecurity at the different multilateral organizations. Before that, cyber was missing in the broader international political debate. So Estonia started to raise the questions of cyber stability, what kind of behavior is allowed for governments in cyberspace and what is not allowed, as early as 2008 and 2009. At that time it was difficult to address this topic because the global audience was not ready for that. They didn't understand what we talk about. But step by step, Estonia achieved what is now cyber diplomacy posture in many international organizations. So I think Estonia served as a first initiator of many multilateral initiatives. And now we see already plenty of those in different organizations. So there was cyber defense policy of NATO in 2008, the EU policy 2013, which I also wrote, and also the United Nations formats in the first committee, the groups of governmental experts. And those groups of governmental experts in the United Nations are important to note here, because without the groups of governmental experts, starting again in 2009, their discussions, the Security Council events which Estonia organized would not have been to organize in such a manner as we were able to do it, because for those of you who follow the international security and arms control debate, you know that it takes at least sometimes 15-20 years before you have an agreement on new arms control mechanism or some sort of new international security mechanism. So creation of the international security regime is difficult. And we have created that with those groups of governmental experts work from 2009 to 2021, so which preceded when Estonia raised this issue to the Security Council. In a way, we can now see that we have a established arms. We shouldn't call it arms control because in cybersecurity we cannot control the arms, literally. We can control the behavior of the countries. So we control the behavior. So we call it framework for state behavior, for responsible state behavior. So we do not call it nuclear non-proliferation treaty this time, but the framework of responsible state behavior in cyberspace. This is the cyber regime for governments. And this has been agreed throughout the continuous work of the first committee groups of governmental experts, where Estonia took part of those efforts since 2009. Estonia is the only country, except for the P5, that has been sitting on this group in all its reiterations. So we should call P6 in cyber. And so it was only natural when Estonia entered the Security Council that we are going to raise this issue also to the Security Council. And now the questions were, when we started to do the first negotiations, how to do this, that sometimes our like-minded P5 partners asked, so what exactly are you going to do? Okay, it's good that you raise cyber, but what is exactly cyber? You know, cyber is a very large topic where you can talk about very different layers of cyber defense and so on. So we said we concentrate on norms and international law applying in cyberspace. And then I think step by step we started to build this kind of approach. Before the two events, the first event actually took place in 2020, which was informal event. But since Security Council is a body that only counts formal events properly, then those informal debates do not count really. And that informal debates, what Estonia did, were a good startup, but what really counted was the formal open debate in June 2021, where several nations, since it was open to all UN members, provided their views, what it takes to make sure that we have responsible state behavior in cyberspace. And majority of the countries said that international law applies, and we should follow the confidence building measures, we should implement the norms of responsible state behavior and capacity building, which are the four elements of the agreed international security regime throughout the last 10 years. So there are no major surprises. The only surprise element was that we mainstreamed something that was a unanimous agreement by all UN nations in the Security Council. And certainly not all the members of the Security Council were totally happy about it. And if you read the proceedings of the June 2021 meeting, then you see which kind of countries were not entirely happy about the fact that thinking about international law applying and norms applying to all countries are now reaching the Security Council debates. It is still going on, that Russia is not too happy that we are raising this issue in the Security Council, but we are going to organize possibly one more last debate, which is closed, only Security Council members debate in December. So, but yes, this is something that the Security Council does itself, within itself, just to make sure that we are cementing what we already have achieved. So when we see where the Security Council sits, then it has an important role, although some people would say that this is a very old institution that is outdated and doesn't really matter anymore in the world politics. But where it sits at the juncture of peace and war. And so all the countries that have been attacked or would like to settle the dispute, they can still use the Security Council. They can still go to Security Council and ask the Security Council to discuss the issues. And just to simplify this, Estonia has now laid the foundation for those countries who would like to use in the future the Security Council as a mechanism to settle the dispute. And their road is kind of paved now. So everyone else who would like to take it forward is welcome to do it.
Thank you so much for outlining the main efforts, and we also heard about the main efforts in the first panel of today. But what do you think, what were the main challenges for Estonia in raising these issues? I think you mentioned Russia as being not that happy. Perhaps there were other nations who also did not support this. Would you shed some light on these challenges?
Different countries had questions because of different reasons. There are the European P3 members who would like always to have the Security Council to have more or less unanimous voting pattern. So they would have the view that all the new issues that the elected members bring to the Security Council agenda might upset the fragile balance which exists there between China and Russia on the one hand and P3 democratic nations on the other hand. So for several reasons, several countries had questions. Clearly UK and France are afraid of veto. They don't want to veto something, and that's cyber is so sensitive issue. They don't never know, you know. It depends how you raise this question, what kind of angle you choose, so that they suddenly find themselves in a position of vetoing. So there was less to do with cyber than the general idea of avoiding new topics on the agenda, which is the mainstream view for all of those nations that become members of the Security Council. Might not know, like elected members, that the P5 are not comfortable with raising too many new issues. But elected members, step by step have done it. And of course, I think I had an agreement with my American colleague since very early on about what we are going to do. So she was happy about this, and we kept our communications channels open, and more or less we had a strong American support. I think it also played a role. As for China and Russia, well, in 2020, in March, we raised the Russian attacks against Georgia as a case under the AOB. Well, we can guess that after that Russia didn't like this idea of discussing cyber in Security Council too much. But it's also that Russia sees this issue as the first committee issue, because they have been the ones thinking that they own cyber in UN. So, well, they initiated the first committee discussions on cyber. As early as 1998, they tried to put it on the agenda. And they have now initiated the third committee discussions on the new cybercrime convention, as you know. So Russia likes to think that they are the leaders in the UN on cyber. And they would also have an upper hand always on what happens in cyber in the UN. So, and of course, the Security Council discussion was a bit of disruption for them.
Thank you so much, and this is a great moment to move on now to the Norwegian perspective of approaching cybersecurity in the United Nations Security Council. The next speaker will be Anniken Borgersen-Carlsen, who will be joining us online from New York. She is the Counselor, Deputy Military Advisor, and Cyber Coordinator at the Permanent Mission of Norway to the United Nations. She has been holding this position since 2019. She has a background of the Ministry of Defense in Norway, focusing specifically on cyber issues and specifically on international law. So thank you so much, Anniken, for joining us here today and for sharing your views. Let me start by asking, do you see that the Estonian and Norwegian views on cybersecurity are more of filled with similarities, or are there any specific differences you would want to point out? Because I know that Norway, for example, published their first cybersecurity strategy already in 2003, while Estonian strategy was in 2008, if I'm not mistaken. So Norway has been active for years in cybersecurity. Happy to be listening to your views. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you, Anna-Maria, and my apologies for it being dark. I think it's 5 o'clock here in New York. But I'm very happy to be able to join this discussion on how the smaller states like Estonia and Norway may influence and contribute to the work and agenda of the Security Council, and particularly in the work of cybersecurity. Because we may be small in comparison to the permanent members, but being small and elected may actually also work to our advantage to some extent, and I'll say something more about this later. And even though I will speak on the Norwegian approach and perspective in the United Nations Council and the United Nations in all, I would really start by commending Estonia for bringing cybersecurity to the formal agenda of the Council for the very first time in this open debate in June. So even though cybersecurity is not one of the expressed priorities of Norway during our 2 years on the Council, we are, of course, concerned about the escalation of malicious cyber incidents, both in scale, scope, severity, and sophistication. And, of course, also of the impacts of such cyber incidents and the impact they may have on international peace and security. So Norway, we have all the way been very clear towards Estonia that we support them in bringing cybersecurity in before the Council in any way. Before we took up seat as elected member and also after. And I've been fortunate enough to work very closely with the Estonian mission on the various meetings, both in the Council format and outside on the cybersecurity issues. And in the open debate, we took part, of course, also in the ARIA meetings, the informal meetings of the Council. For the open debate, we participated, of course, on a high political level within the MFA. And we also joined the Nordic statement, which is also part of expressing the Nordic common approach to the cyber security threats. And I have to also say that I think Estonia, Norway, the Nordic countries, there's a lot of us like-minded on the security, on the cybersecurity issues. And I think that's one of our strengths. We're many and we are very like-minded. That makes it easier for us to actually be, to put forward the views that might contradict to some of the other major players in the field, including some of the members of the Council. So that's the strength from the small countries. And we, of course, also support the Estonian view that cybersecurity needs to be a part of the Security Council's agenda. It needs to be recognized as part of the mandate, and it needs to be addressed. How to do this as of now, it needs to be done very cleverly, which I think Estonia really did with the open debate. And then we'll have to see what lies ahead. And also, if I may be allowed to look kind of a little back on the creation of the Security Council and its mandate, it is worth remembering that the Council was actually given the mandate to represent all the members of the United States. So in Article 24, and I'm just going to read because so I don't mess it up, it says, its members confer on the Security Council primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security, and agree that in carrying out its duties under this responsibility, the Security Council acts on their behalf. And nowhere in the Charter could you read any limitation as to what types of security threats lies under this mandate. And of course, there can be no doubt that cybersecurity and cyber threats is a global issue that is affecting all the member states. So I would also actually argue that it is our duty as Council members to bring forward this type of new security challenges. And then you, of course, have the obvious dynamics within the Council that shapes the agenda, the permanent members and their veto power being the, what should I say, the start and end of a lot of discussions. And I'm very sure we'll hear more about this afterwards from Niels also, who is one of the authors of this very interesting article, Small States, Different Approaches was the title. So when I say it might be an advantage to be a smaller and elected member on the council, I'm of course not intending to be naive here. We are small and elected, we have a limited time, and we're not the big permanent members with the veto power. However, as opposed to the permanent members, we are actually elected members. So a majority of the member states, they chose us to be on the council and to represent them. And they did so based on our expressed priorities and our goals for what we intend to focus on and achieve during our council period. And that's something the permanent members do not have. They sit there by default and from a power struggle 50 years back, 75 years back. So that's something I think it's worth keeping in mind. We have been elected. So we also, so when Estonia is focusing on cybersecurity as part of their campaign and as part of one of their expressed priorities, I think there's an anticipation that Estonia would, as you have, been putting this on the council's agenda. And also we have, as small states, the opportunity to have this type of priorities, to define them upfront. And we have the opportunity to focus our resources, particularly on these matters. And I know cybersecurity was not part of Norway's priorities. However, we are, as Estonia, very much concerned about cybersecurity as a threat. So Norway, as Estonia, is a very data and technology-driven country. We are highly digitalized, and as such, we are both vulnerable and very aware of the serious threats that is posed by malicious cyber operations. And we have, as Estonia, also for a long time been engaging in various international cyber fora, also within the Nordic-Baltic cooperation. So we've had a very good cooperation with Estonia on this in various forums. And we have, as Estonia, also been on the receiving end of malicious cyber operations, both on our democratic institutions and on critical infrastructure. So we really share Estonia's views and concern that this is a threat that really needs to be a part of the Council's agenda. And also, just to mention that even though cybersecurity is not one of Norway's priorities during our Council period, overarching all Norwegian, the Norwegian approach to all issues is actually our focus on a rule-based international order. This is something we have been promoting since the startup of the UN, where Norway was one of the founding members, as you of course know. And this emphasis on a rule-based order also for sure goes for cyberspace. And the only way to actually ensure an open, secure, stable, accessible, and trustworthy digital space is by working towards having a common understanding and agreement, preferably on the rules and the norms of responsible state behavior. The breach of such rules and agreed norms will actually be the backdrop of what type of cyber threat and cyber incident that in the end may be discussed and addressed by the Council. And of course, as for Estonia, it's the Norwegian view that international law applies in cyberspace, in particular the United Nations Charter. And with the successful completion of the consensus reports in the open-ended working group and the group of governmental experts, we would also firmly state that this is now recognized by the international community. Of course, where there's more work to be done is how the international law applies. I see that time is running out, so I'm going to try to be a little quick, so I keep within my 10 minutes. So Norway has actively participated in the open-ended working group, the group of governmental experts, other international fora. As part of the GGE this year, we also submitted an annex which clarifies Norwegian views on the application of international law on certain topics, including with some practical examples. I know Estonia did the same, and several of the countries participating in the GGE has done the same, and several countries has done the same outside of the GGE context. And this is imperative. If we're going to find some common ground and some common agreement on how international law applies, all of us needs to actually say how we think the international law applies. So that's a major outcome also from these processes outside the Council. And the consensus of all these major players, and I emphasize again, it was consensus reports. The open-ended working group was a consensus report, which means we all agreed on what's in there, which is looking at the content, you could probably say it's a baby step, but it's a very big baby step forward. And this, of course, all the agreement we have outside the Council is one step forward towards recognizing that this is a set of behavior and a threat that could be, and perhaps in the future will be, addressed by the Security Council in a more concrete form than the open debate. So it was no small thing that Estonia put cyber security threats on the formal agenda of the Security Council for the first time in June. This recognition is it's a recognition of by the Council and outside of the Council that cybersecurity threats is a part of the Council's mandate, and is something the Council should address and hopefully will be addressed again. So what happens now when Estonia leaves the Security Council on the cyber issues? I have said cybersecurity is not a priority for Norway in the Council. That being said, my view is also that all the work going outside the Council's formal agenda is important. All of this contributes to establishing the fact that cybersecurity threats and incidents belong on the Council's agenda. So Estonia has kind of opened the gate. We all have to find a good way to follow down that road the gate has opened for. And this includes addressing cyber operations, cyber threats in all various fora. And Norway is for sure very committed to continue to actively engage in that all the forums outside the Council, and also support and participate in the Council whenever cybersecurity will come on the agenda. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your comments, and thank you for outlining the main similarities between the Norwegian and Estonian approach in supporting multilateralism and the rule of law. And even though cybersecurity is not officially the priority of Norway in the Security Council, nevertheless, you outlined that Norway is similarly to Estonia concerned about the increasing number of cyber operations and their damages when it comes to our democracies. I also really like that you made the connection between what is happening, similarly like Heli was saying before, of what is happening outside the Security Council on norms and discussions at, for example, the GGE and open-ended working group, with the work of the Security Council, saying that a lot is happening outside, but it will have an effect on the discussions on the Security Council. So let me ask you, Anniken, you mentioned that Norway, like Estonia, submitted their view on international law and how it should be interpreted, and I agree with you that this is definitely very important thing to do for all the countries in the world if we want to move on with the question of how international law applies. And my question to you is, Based on your experience and your views, what would be now the best platforms for discussing these views on international law? Will probably not happen at the meetings of the Security Council, but where next? Where can states come together and discuss these issues?
Well, there's one obvious answer to that, and that's the new open-ended working group that is starting up, has its first substantial meeting here in New York in December, which is, we have established, is going to build on the consensus report we had from this year. And even though, and I know Helle mentioned that some of these, Russia has initiated some of these efforts and some of these discussions, and considers itself perhaps the owner of cyber. And it's true that Russia did initiate the open-ended working group. And well, you may also be aware that we had the kind of contending resolutions in 2018 establishing the GGE and the open-ended working group with perhaps somewhat similar mandates, and we ended up having both groups. And now we're here, and I think the open-ended working group is, because it's encompassing all nations. All nations who want to participate can participate. And we have also seen a much greater participation from the countries who necessarily didn't engage as much in the cyber discussions, particularly on cyber threats. So I think the new open-ended working group is a very including fora where you will have the opportunity to have the views and the discussions with all member states. And that's a very important platform. But I also think that us like-minded, everything, when you start from, I wouldn't say scratch, but when you start with kind of like a new field like cybersecurity, and you're going to discuss applying the laws and the rules and norms within that field, any agreement counts. So whether that be in the EU, which Norway is not a part of, but we take part in the EU discussions, and we have a lot of similar views with the EU group. Whether that be in the Nordic-Baltic cooperation, whether that be in the Nordic frame or other type of frames, and not just within the like-minded, any view counts. So I think there's a lot of platforms or a lot of forums and agreements that would contribute to us moving forward. But obviously the new open-ended working group being the main one going forward.
Thank you so much, and this is a great bridge for our next speaker, Professor Lauri Mälksoo, who is a professor of international law in University of Tartu, who has been writing extensively on international law and human rights, and is considered to be an expert of Russia and international law. Thank you for joining us. And what are your reflections on the discussion we've had so far, and especially what do you think about the role of small states in supporting the role-based order in the Security Council?
Well, thank you very much for inviting me, and congratulations to the Estonian and Norwegian Foreign Policy Institute for the study, which I read also with great interest, as well as putting together today's conference. So I see my brief role in kind of trying to create further context for this Estonian pivot for cyber issues in the United Nations Security Council. In a way, why cyber, why now, and where does it come from, and indeed how does it fit in the general, let's say, trends and developments of international law at the moment. And it is a kind of common grievance to say that that currently, it is not the absolutely very best time for multilateralism, perhaps not for international law either, in the sense that there are major disagreements between great powers about what international law is, what it represents, and what are the priorities in international law. So both the report as well as speeches from today morning onwards, many people use this trope, international rules-based order, but it's interesting to see how, for example, Russia's foreign minister is actually attacking this concept. He's saying that, why don't you guys speak about international law? This your international rules-based order seems to be a broader concept, and you know what you try to achieve with it is that you bring in somehow as normative commands things that have not been agreed upon, which are essentially your I don't know, regional references of the West, often called like-minded states. So there is already an attack against that concept and how basically rules-based international order, how it as an idea, how it relates to the older idea of international law. I should also, because I'm sure we are today listened to by many interested people who are not necessarily experts in it, in those detailed questions of the United Nations, so on. What is the main problem? I think the main problem with this cyber is this, that we have seen already in the so-called analog world that states can do things, nasty things to each other while denying so that they have done it. I don't know, Russia using green men in Crimea as examples like that. And I think the potential for doing nasty things to each other without responsibility is even bigger in the realm of cyber, because it's even easier to hide. And yet the results can be similar, the same. In fact, I believe you can take down states with cyber while not having a single soldier crossing borders or something. Now, why did Estonia bring this up? Here I can only offer a sort of, in a way, outsider psychoanalytical explanation. Being an Estonian myself, first is of course that when you, as a country, when you make a commitment to run for the UN Security Council, and then you are lucky enough to be there, then you have spent a lot of your energy, some resources have been mentioned as well, so it's natural that countries who do that, they would raise issues that also matter to them. It is, being in the Security Council, it's not about us, but it's a little bit also about us. It's about everybody who is UN member states. And here, although I think in 2021, Norway and Estonia have so much in common, we historically, when we look at the 20th century, our stories, it couldn't be more different. Norway presents the first Secretary General of the United Nations. And in a way, what happens to us is we are deprived of decades of membership in the United Nations for having been made, against our will, part of the Soviet Union. Also, I mentioned psychoanalysis. I think this Estonian obsession with cyber doesn't come only from the 2007 cyber attacks after the bronze soldier removal. I think it also comes from our sort of collective understanding that against us certain hybrid means were used to attack our statehood and our independence in 1939 and 1940. Because remember, we used to be member of the League of Nations, right? We should have been among the founding members of the United Nations. And then during World War II, something happens. And we all have studied that history. There is the Soviet attempt to somehow orchestrate or portray or sell the events of June 1940 in Estonia as some sort of socialist revolution. So we know that it is one thing to have certain rules agreed upon in foundational documents of the international community. I mean, the League of Nations had certain very important norms about the use of force. It did not prohibit the use of force outrightly in the same way as the United Nations Charter does. And nevertheless, we experienced in 1939, 1940, a collapse of the collective security in our region. I don't even start to mention that we also had wonderful regional and bilateral treaties with the Soviet Union at that time. So, in a way, I think it is a duty of small states when you are in the Security Council so rarely that you have to think about your role historically. What will remain of it? Of course, much of it is that you are reacting what happens currently in places like Afghanistan and Syria and African conflicts and so on. But there is also this, that how will the world evolve, and I think the revolution that we have had in technology clearly means that when we talk about the core business of the UN and of the UN Security Council, maintenance of peace and security, then it is, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to realize that in the next decades, the role of this kind of non-analog attacks against peace and security will rise simply because there is technological capacity to do that. Why put boots on the ground if you can achieve the same results by cyber attacks? And I think here Estonia smartly took a kind of role upon itself as a small nation to kind of draw attention to that fact and to that future scenario. And I'm not surprised that some great powers are annoyed, because first of all, there is this thinking among some great powers that it's not the business of small states to really worry about the main pillars of the international security. Quite interestingly, Russian leaders, for example, over the last years, they have said that a group who should meet is the permanent members of the UN Security Council. So they should meet among each other and discuss the health of international order and how the United Nations Charter, for example, works in our time. And behind that, is obviously different understanding of how international relations work. Who are the real makers of it, and who is the somehow annoying chorus who can express their wishes and they have a vote, but maybe not the main actors. And of course, in this sense, smaller nations, they have also kind of existential interest to say that, well, it's not like that. It's the once you achieve sovereignty, once you achieve statehood, UN membership, then important issues should not be discussed above our heads. I think I would stop here for the moment.
And thank you for your comments on the Russian approach. As an expert on Russia and international law, what do you think? What are Russia's main objectives when we talk about the future discussions on international law and cybersecurity? You brought out in your remarks the challenge of attribution and denying your actions in cyberspace. Do you see any movements from the Russian side in that regard, or touching upon that topic in the context of international law?
Yes, thank you. The key approach of Russia, but to a certain extent also China, in matters of international law is to criticize, in particular, the period called the 90s in international law as a kind of unipolar moment. So they strive for some sort of equality between great powers, and they see that this equality was violated by decisions such as going to Iraq in 2003 and so on, that UN Charter's norms were not respected. And at the same time, what comes with this kind of parity that, let's say, UN Security Council permanent members are equal is a kind of historical claim for spheres of influence. It is not it is not maybe expressed in those terms. It's not that, that, you know, I don't know, Foreign Minister of Russia would say in the UN General Assembly that we are entitled to a sphere of influence. But if you look at what has actually happened, what is done, how let's say, you know, countries like Ukraine have actually had to suffer de facto territorial losses since 2014, then there is this attack basically by Russia and China against this kind of Western concept that international law includes in a very strong way things like democracy and human rights, for instance. It is this is the main conflict really, and it also plays out in the cyber conflict, or what the Russians call informational security. That they think that you know, human rights in international law should never be in a position to attack you know, what they see as state sovereignty, and that is the big normative conflict, of which I believe cyber is just one part. And the other is simply they are saying that, you know, countries like Estonia, Western countries, you're saying that international law applies, but I think their main point is that don't assume it applies in everything in the ways that you imagined. So you have to negotiate with us. You have to, you know. Plus there is this, let's say, more methodological problem that they don't like that kind of international law that is not agreed upon explicitly. So it comes already from the Soviet tradition. They want a treaty. So anything, you know, beyond treaty is, you know, for legal positivists, there is not really international law.
Exactly, and this was what Heli was referring to earlier on, also Russia wanting to be the initiator, the leader, the one taking up these issues, also on the UN level. Thank you. And now we move on to our fourth expert. Niels Schia is a senior research fellow and head of EFPI-NUPI's Center for Cybersecurity Studies, with extensive experience with UN fieldwork and also co-chairing the Secretariat for the Dialogue Forum for Norway's membership of the UN Security Council, and also, important to mention, one of the authors of this study. So thank you for joining us, and really interested to hear your views about the new security challenges and how these are being reflected in the work of the Security Council.
Thank you very much, Anna-Maria, and thank you very much for a great collaboration with the EFPI. This has been a pleasure to work on the report and to write it. And also it's fantastic to be here in Estonia and in Tallinn. And also I think in this fantastic building, Fotografiska. It's great to be able to be here, I think. So in my presentation, I will talk about the part of the report that focuses on new security challenges and the Security Council. So, yeah. New security challenges is a little bit difficult for the Security Council, but some of these have still become increasingly present in the world today than the last 2 decades, perhaps. And in order to stay relevant in a changing world, it is important for the Council to adapt to shifting circumstances and also to be able to address new security challenges to international peace and security. Otherwise, I will come back to this later, otherwise, it is a risk for the Council to be placed on the sideline and that important decisions on international peace and security will be taken elsewhere. See if I can skip this there. Yeah. So first, I'll just give a very, very brief historical context of the Council, just to say that, however, even though it looks static from the outside, it is actually a dynamic Council. So traditionally, it used to be concerned only with the conflict between states, which is what I've called the first wave here, and then after the Cold War, it also became concerned with intrastate conflicts And then in the last 2 decades, it has been increasingly concerned about the thematic agenda. And this long-term trend through these 3 waves can be seen as an evolution moving from ideas of national security to also include ideas of human security. And this evolution is also a long-term trend that could potentially give small states, like the Nordic countries and the Baltic states, more leeway and room to maneuver in the Council. Because more cases is coming up on the table to the Council, and then these cases has to be processed, and then there's more room for elected countries as well. Yeah. So I'll just say a little bit also about the mandate, because I think it's interesting in order to just understand if this is cybersecurity should be part of the Security Council's agenda or not, because it is actually a very open mandate. The Charter says that the Council should maintain international peace and security, and it is also up to the Council to itself to decide what represents a threat to international peace and security. In addition, it could be asked to look at the situation by the General Secretary, and it could also be a specific threat, or it could be taken up as in the way that Estonia did during its presidency. And where do we go from here after Estonia is leaving the Council? There are a couple of barriers, I think. The first one is also a good thing about the Council. It's the consensus focus. You have to have everyone on board. This in turn makes it very difficult to address new security challenges, especially when the challenges also raise the sovereignty debate in the Council, because this is the difficult one, also between the P5s. And there is also right now not the best climate between the P5, as several of the previous speakers has been talking about. There is also this thing that international law already applies to the cyber domain, and these have been established elsewhere. And some countries fear a weakening of this if a discussion in the Security Council is going to open up on this or raise the topic to this level. And there's one more thing, and that is that cyber threats and cyber attacks or cyber operations very often go below the radar and does not trigger a debate in the Council. So, yeah. A little bit more about the adaptability of the Security Council. The composition is unlikely to change, but the Council has been able to adapt to shifting circumstances. For instance, peacekeeping operations is one example of this. And in recent years, the Council's ability to be a key player at the center of international peace and security has been, as previous speakers have said, somewhat weakened. The response to the COVID-19 pandemic is one example. It was a little bit delayed. Issues on climate change are also a topic that are dividing the Council on procedural issues. And despite forceful rhetoric from several heads of states and leaders of international organizations, and also leading scholars, such as Antonio Guterres, the General Secretary of the UN, the General Secretary of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg, Joseph Nye, several people in high positions have really raised this topic, cybersecurity, on the agenda and the threats that it represents. So in order to remain relevant, it is very important for the Council, if it's, in order to remain relevant in the 21st century, it's very important that it finds a way to deal with these security threats. Because there's the fate of the League of Nations is in a way lurking in the back of this. The League of Nations was not able to include the great powers or address current conflicts, and gradually became irrelevant and dissolved before the 3 decades had passed. So, if not able to address new security challenges, it could be gradually more irrelevant. And we already see many things happening elsewhere, like in the Paris Call and the EU and yeah, several places. So what has been done so far? I don't really want to go very much into this because it has been already talked about. We have these informal meetings in 2016, 2017 and 2020. And then we have the major breakthrough with Estonia's first formal meeting, a high-level open debate in the Security Council in June. So possible forthcoming discussions in the Council. There's this discussion, should this be a new security, should this be one of the Security Council security challenges that the Council should address? This is being discussed. And to what extent does cyber threats qualify as threats to international peace and security? It is easy to think of this as something that happens in cyberspace, but we have also seen several attacks that has had impact on the real world. For instance, the Stuxnet was a digital attack that led to physical explosions. You've had the NotPetya, SolarWinds, on the power grid in Ukraine, and several influence campaigns, for instance, on the elections in the USA in 2016. And we also have this discussion about attribution, which is probably also a difficult question to discuss in the Council because it touches upon the sovereignty debate and all the other difficult topics. And it's probably better suited elsewhere. Norms of good state behavior in cyberspace is a path that could be continued. We have had this, like the previous speakers were talking about the discussions in the GGE and the open-ended working group, which has been really going on for many years and really matured this discussion in many ways in the UN. And I think it could be used even more than it has been. It hasn't been used that much as a stepping stone for a broader discussion in the Security Council. That could be something to look at, I think. So it is a little bit, there's pros and cons to what a discussion in the Council could bring, because you have always this pitfall where you could weakening already agreed upon discussions. And it could be better if the discussions were going on in the open-ended working group. But the Security Council is in many ways a catwalk for international politics. So lifting the discussion up there would also have a very solid impact on awareness raising and also norms building in international politics, I think. And there's promising things happening in the open-ended working group, and like we were also talking about the consensus, like Anniken talked about. But I think also the discussion is a little bit hidden or enveloped in the first committee, so it doesn't go very broadly out. It doesn't reach other people than those who are really already concerned about this topic. So So lifting this issue to the Security Council will have a lot of impact on awareness raising, I think, but it also a couple of pitfalls there. So it is a delicate topic, and it is a complex topic, and it's a difficult topic, and it really needs to be balanced very well. So, yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Niels. I especially liked your last slide on the possible future discussions and what could be the way forward on that platform. Let me just see if we have any questions from the audience. If I could see a sea of hands. Yes, there is one question. Please identify yourself and clarify if you want to direct it to the whole panel or only one of the speakers.
Good noon. My name is Anniken. I'm coming from the Estonian School of Diplomacy. Congratulations to the organizers and to the panelists. We've had 2 excellent panels. And Russia has been mentioned on many occasions, and I'm a bit surprised that a country like China was not mentioned during the 2 panels. Taken the context of Huawei, taken that China is P5, what is the thinking of China in the Security Council concerning cyber? What is their willingness, or what is their approach towards possibly regulating cyber legally? Because, I mean, maybe also to Lauri and others. I was at the Chinese pavilion at Expo last week, and it was not about China's multi-thousand-year history, it was all about AI and cyber. So this is the focus. So what are your comments concerning China, cyber security?
Thank you for the excellent question, and I suggest we offer all the panelists the opportunity for a quick answer. We have roughly 6 minutes till the end of the panel, and let's start with Heli and go in the order like we had the panel. Please, Heli.
Well, China certainly has its own interests in mind when it does something in the UN, or it chooses not to do something in the UN. It also has interest in the mind. I think when we look at Chinese behavior throughout those earlier years in the United Nations system, it's quite clear what China wants. So first, China wants to establish the new internet governance model, which would be the multilateral internet governance model instead of the current multi-stakeholder internet governance model. So this is the first goal. The first committee discussions are international security, peace and war, this kind of, who attacked whom. This does not help with the internet discussions. So therefore, China is pretty indifferent when it comes to, well, this is important for Estonia because we are usually the ones who are getting the cyber attacks, or the other smaller states are, there is asymmetry there. China would rather think that they can use Security Council for something what they want. So, and they have been raising the issue of new technologies recently in ARIA format, in informal format. And before that, they proposed a resolution on data security in the UN, which was something to do with the interests to install their own standards in this new field. And this standard setting attempts by China also have been taking place in ITU. So China has different interests, let's put it that way. And you are very much right that the interests would include mostly the governing of standards of our digital future. Because who sets the standards will have the future. So China is thinking, as we know, 50 years ahead. And therefore, I don't think that they were having too many objections to what Estonia did in the Security Council. And in the GG, I could observe that suddenly the Chinese focus shifted from the first committee to third committee in the recent months. Because in the third committee, there is a promise of the new UN instrument, which is legally binding. So I think China is going to pursue its interests throughout this, the third committee, cyber working group, which is again something which Russia has been initiating. So.
Indeed, we see a battle on the arena of standards for new technologies. China being actually much ahead of the EU, and recently EU has been understanding this and trying to kind of get their act together. So over to New York, Anniken, what would be your take on China's views?
Yeah, well, thank you, Anna-Maria. So Helle has mentioned several things that I would agree to, so I won't go into that much. It is important to see the discussions and the attitudes of China in the discussions in the OEWG and the GGE in the Security Council. It's part of our whole picture. And as Helle says, you can really see the national politics underneath their views in these various forums, as in the Council. So it's and as Helle mentioned also, there's a discussion going in the third committee on cybercrime, which sometimes is actually not. It's seen as, for some countries, like two separate discussions, which is really not. You can see the whole national views are pouring through the whole discussion. So I think from our side, it's important to see the national politics behind behind all the discussions. And as Helle said, China has a big technology focus, and they are very much forward-looking. So they have we all have an agenda with what we do, but China has a very long view agenda, and they are clever about that. And also, I also forgot to mention from the Norwegian view, is one of the things that China also have been very adamant about in the discussions is also their reluctance to actually referring to international humanitarian law as applying in cyberspace and this is due to their view on cyberspace is not supposed to be militarized. Cyberspace should be a peaceful place. Cyberspace should not be a place where you do hostile actions. And they are not discussing very much sometimes what they actually mean by this. They mean there are some actors who uses the reference, for example, to international humanitarian law as an excuse to be offensive in the cyberspace. So from the Norwegian side, we have been very clear that we think international law applies, all the rules apply in cyberspace as they do in the physical domain, and that includes the international humanitarian law, which in no way legitimizes the use of cyberspace in an unlawful way. But if, and I don't think we'll see a pure cyber war in a long time, if ever, but to see cyber means used in conflicts is already happening. And when such is being done, it is important that we all agree that the standards we have, the rules we have for conflict also applies in cyberspace. So this is something that has been very important from the Norwegian side, and we're very happy to see also this reflected in the GGE report that came out. That was perhaps more about Norway and not China, but it's still it's the politics you have to see that lies behind, and also, but we have to recognize also that China was a part of the consensus reports, both of them, and they did take part in the open debate, and they did not, at least not openly in that debate. Oh my God, lacking the word. They did not object to cybersecurity being a part of that agenda. So I think that's also something to take into the consideration. Of course, not being naive about China's intentions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And quick final remarks also from Lauri. Niels, would you like to add something on the China's perspective?
I'll just add this fact that in 2016, a document was adopted called Chinese-Russian Joint Declaration for the Promotion of International Law, which is an interesting document for the study of, let's say, comparative study of how different great powers think of international law. And of course, the two powers emphasize their principles that they already emphasized during the Cold War, such as state sovereignty and non-intervention. And so they also emphasize that one shouldn't be too obsessed with binding dispute resolution mechanisms such as international courts, but political dispute resolution mechanisms such as negotiations are fine enough. But overall, this is in dialogue what they see as a Western approach, in particular emphasizing human rights and democracy as somehow constituent elements of international law, what makes up a good state, and it's a kind of dialogue or criticism of those Western views. They are basically saying that don't impose your concepts of democracy and human rights on us. And I think the cyber it must also be seen in that context, really, because in the end, the international law policy in cyber must fit in this general, what they see generally in international law happening. And the final word, I mean, we have to still take into account that China has become a technological superpower to the extent that we sometimes even don't realize, living in where we do. And therefore, they probably also want to, while talking about sovereignty a lot, just as Russia does, they also want to keep, in some aspects, hands open because of the amazing capacities that they have to use cyber as a tool, if necessary.
Definitely. Thank you, Lauri. And Niels?
Yeah, thank you very much for a great question and for pointing out the blank space in our panel. We could have had probably a separate panel about the question, because it's a big one. And I don't want to really say very much about it, because you can already see that lunch is being carried out. And I just want to say that I agree very much with the previous speakers. And I want to say also that it is China is, of course, a very important part in this, and a major player. They have also been, in a way, promoting this kind of concept internationally as a kind of a Chinese foreign policy about cyber sovereignty. So this is, in a way, connected to these discussions as well, and because underneath what we have been discussing already here now is also this fundamental disagreement between the wish to have a free and open internet or a controlled and secure internet. So in that way, it is a little bit, it's a complex discussion talking about China, and also although I think it would be very interesting to work in the delegation in the Security Council, I know that this will be a very, very difficult question for them to handle and to discuss and to manage. But I will for sure pay attention to it and follow it in the near future.
Thank you so much, and as you can see, we have so many issues we could be discussing here, but unfortunately we need to wrap up this panel. I thank very much the panelists for their time and for their insights, and I hope that we discussed many interesting questions that might be the topics for future research papers and future next projects for ICDS and also for NUPI. So thank you once again, and have a great break. Thanks.
Good. That is my cue to begin. I am James Schia from EFPI-NUPI from the Estonian Foreign Policy Institute at ICDS. Maybe you should be welcoming me because I did not have the good fortune to attend the earlier session, so I'm certainly going to listen with ultra attentiveness to this one. I should warn you, I'm the sort of moderator who believes that if a panel starts a few minutes late, it's going to end a few minutes late as well, so we can be fair to everybody. If someone objects, they'll turn the lights off, or they'll even turn them brighter so that we fry up here. Time is limited in any case, and therefore I am going to dispense with any introductory comments of my own. I am also going to assume that you have all read the biographies of our speakers, so I will not read them. And I am going to, with a polite ruthlessness, ask each of our speakers to speak for 10 minutes and no longer, so we can have some exchange afterwards, and their views can always be supplemented in that exchange. And now, this is, of course, the panel is intrinsically interesting because it's about conflict resolution. It's now doubly interesting because when the report was being prepared and this conference was being prepared, I don't think it was fully understood that we would be, with respect to at least two of these issues, Afghanistan and Belarus, where we are now. The plot has changed significantly in the past few months. So I hope that all of that will feature in this discussion. Now, I am looking intently for Richard Gowan on our screen. Where might he be? Richard, are you with us? There you are. Good afternoon, Richard. With all our speakers, we're very, very honored that they accepted our invitation, and we're very privileged to have them because they are all highly well established, highly well qualified, exceptionally well qualified and well regarded people. Richard, you are our generalist on this panel, and so I would like you to speak in general terms about the UN and its relationship to this issue. But that's an invitation to you to say what you would like to say. So your time begins now. Richard, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, James, and good morning from New York. I've been asked to frame the discussion, as you say, by giving an overview of how the Security Council has engaged on Belarus, Ukraine, and Afghanistan during the Estonian term. And I have to begin by admitting that this is not going to be a very happy story. Estonia, I think, gets a lot of credit for having tried to make the Security Council focus on the situation in Belarus in particular, but for reasons that I think we can all imagine, to wit Russia's role in the Council, the results have been very limited. At the same time, we've actually seen Russia growing somewhat more assertive at the UN in attempting to push its narrative about what is happening in Ukraine on other members of the Security Council, and I will come back to how it is doing that. And then obviously, Afghanistan has been a huge shock to the UN, as it has been a huge shock everywhere. Counterintuitively, I'm actually going to argue that Afghanistan is the one of these three issues where the Security Council may still have a useful role to play, but we have to be honest, if you're identifying Afghanistan as the glimmer of hope in a selection of countries, then the overall picture is rather bleak. So let's go through them one by one. Belarus. Last year, after the election crisis in Belarus, Estonia played an important role in the Security Council in calling a series of meetings on the situation there. And more recently, Estonia also led a meeting on the refugee crisis that is emerging on the border with Poland. Most of these meetings have been closed, although Estonia and its European partners and the US have made a point of talking to the media about these meetings and highlighting what is going on in the Council around Belarus. In addition to that, last September, I think, Estonia held an informal public session of the Security Council, what is called an ARIA formula meeting, at which Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, the probable legitimate president of Belarus, was able to speak to council members and lay out her case on what happened in the election. So, as I say, I think we can give Estonia full credit for highlighting the issue, but it has been impossible, and no one ever imagined, that the Council would take any action on this issue, because Russia is completely opposed to any action and could use its veto to block any sort of statement or resolution. And so this is a case where the Security Council is not useful in terms of forcing substantive action. It is more of a platform for Estonia and its friends to lay out their version of the political narrative of what is going on in Belarus. Now, this may seem unsatisfying, and frankly it is unsatisfying, but it's not nothing. There is obviously a battle of narratives going on between Russia and the West about what happened in last year's elections and what is happening in the refugee crisis now, and the Security Council is one place where the West is able to set out its version of events and challenge misinformation from Moscow about what is happening in the region. And so I think the Council is useful in a small way as a platform for public diplomacy, if you will, about events in Belarus. Now, the same is basically true around Ukraine. When the Ukrainian conflict began, there was some intensive diplomacy in the Security Council, and Lithuania, which held a elected seat at that time, also tried to really put a spotlight on what Russia was doing, especially in Crimea. And Lithuania used tactics quite similar to those that Estonia has used more recently over Belarus, for example, holding informal meetings of the Security Council to discuss the human rights situation in Crimea after the Russian takeover. But again, Moscow's veto has clearly stopped the Security Council engaging seriously on Ukraine. There was briefly talk in 2017 and 2018 of the UN sending a peacekeeping operation to Donbass. That was a debate which I was actively involved in, but it led nowhere. And since then, the Council has not really contributed anything substantively to discussions of how to resolve the Ukrainian crisis. What's been interesting during the Estonian term is that Russia has actually been on the front foot trying to use the Security Council as a platform to shape the political narrative around Ukraine. And the Russians have actually convened a series of these informal public council meetings, ARIA formula meetings, in which they have brought speakers to lay out their version of the situation in Crimea and their version of what happened on the Maidan during the Ukrainian Revolution. And the Russians have brought in a series, frankly, of cranks and conspiracy theorists to lay out their narrative. I don't think many council members are convinced by the Russian narrative, but it is interesting that Moscow is trying to sell its version of events in Ukraine in a way that it previously didn't do, actually, in the Security Council before the last couple of years. On Ukraine, there is obviously also now a high level of concern about Russian troops massing on the border. I think that if there were to be a renewal of open conflict, or open conflict involving Russian troops overtly in Ukraine, the Security Council would immediately deadlock, and probably the poison of debates over Ukraine would very quickly filter into discussions of other issues with the Russians. There's a lot of concern now amongst diplomats that a Ukrainian crisis could actually have much broader negative implications for the functioning of the Council in other areas where Russia could use its veto to put pressure on the West. And so it's in this context that, counterintuitively, Afghanistan is the one case where I think the Security Council may have a positive role to play. Now, the Security Council's response to events in Afghanistan in the summer was confused. The US was quite explicit with its partners, including Estonia and Norway, that they didn't want the Security Council to take a big public role over what was going on during the fall of Kabul and the evacuation of Kabul airport. At the end of August, the Council did pass a resolution which essentially listed the commitments the Taliban had made to good government. It was trying to put down the Taliban's commitments on paper. But since then, everyone in the Council has seemed a bit shell-shocked and not quite sure what to do about Afghanistan. Looking forward, though, I would say that it is clear that it is going to be necessary to build some sort of international framework about how the international community relates to the Taliban. And this is an area where, despite a lot of differences over human rights, over women's rights and other important issues, China, Russia, the US and European countries have some interests in common. Everyone has an interest in avoiding state collapse in Afghanistan, which is a very real and very imminent risk. And everyone has an interest in getting humanitarian aid into the country and trying to limit the risks that Afghanistan will be a base for future 9/11 type attacks against international targets, be they Beijing or New York. And so I think it's possible that over the coming months, although perhaps early in 2022, after Estonia has left the Council, we will see the Security Council come together around some sort of basic set of principles for engagement with the Taliban and some sort of basic set of conditions around, for example, limiting terrorism, that could act as guidelines, as it were, for future international engagement with Afghanistan. I can imagine, and this is speculation, the Security Council passing a framework resolution laying out the conditions on which the international community will engage with Afghanistan and recognize the Taliban government. This would not be detailed. It wouldn't, it wouldn't sort of go into precise points about what aid agencies should do in Afghanistan or precise points about counterterrorism. But I do think that there is some common interest amongst all the permanent members and elected members of the Council in trying to maintain a common front on Afghanistan, because this is one area where there are enough shared interests for the UN to hold together. But as I say, it will be much harder for the Security Council to act on those shared interests if at the same time it is debating an all-out conflict in Ukraine, which could be a really decisive blow to the now rather limited unity of the Security Council and its credibility in world affairs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Admirably concise and well-timed. One supplementary from my side, if I may. This contrast you portray between the possibility of progress in Afghanistan and the lack of realism of making such a prognosis on the other two issues would not have occurred to us a year or two ago. But my question to you is, despite the fact that the issues being discussed in Afghanistan in the Security Council do not necessarily lend themselves to a Russian, or for that matter, a Chinese veto, does that actually make the process of achieving a workable consensus and leverage for the Council any more promising?
I think, as I say, there is an opportunity here. China and Russia have some political leverage over the Taliban. Western countries have financial leverage, including through the World Bank and other international financial institutions. I mean, those institutions and their funding are essential to the functioning of the Afghan state. And so I can see a deal forming between the P5. And again, this is very speculative, but I can see the possibility of a deal by which China and Russia agree to use some of their political leverage over the Taliban to promote stability, in return for Western countries continuing to put money into the country. But I would caveat that by saying the discussions will be enormously difficult because China and Russia have already made it clear that they don't really care about Western concerns about women's rights in Afghanistan, for example, and that they wouldn't really think that the Security Council should invest too much in promoting the protection and prosperity of women going forward. So a lot of the details, I think, would be enormously painful.
Thank you very much. Well, if you will forgive us at that point, let us now proceed to a presentation of Ambassador Lindeman. Ole Andreas Lindeman was, of course, the most recent Norwegian ambassador to Afghanistan, as long as it was possible to remain ambassador in Afghanistan, and a very, very active one, by the way. So we are very interested in the perspective you have to offer, both about, based on your actual experience, but your insights also into the current situation.
Well, thank you, James, and to all of you in Tallinn. I would have loved to join you there in person, but I also need to be here in Doha, in Qatar. Let me say that I speak on my own behalf, and the opinions I voice are my own. In my talk, I shall look at small states as elected members of the UN Security Council and the situation in Afghanistan. And as you alluded to, it was not easy before the Taliban de facto takeover, and now we are in a new situation presenting its own difficulties. My point of departure will be how the understanding in the Security Council of what is or may constitute a threat to international peace and security is gradually changing. There are 3 points I'd like to make. One, how small states probably have been instrumental in driving this change, how certain topics have been introduced on the Security Council agenda, pushing or edging the agenda incrementally from a conservative reading of international peace and security towards a more open and embracing reading, more holistic maybe. And thirdly, how Afghanistan during the Norwegian and Estonian co-penholdership may be a case in point here. It would be too long for me to go deeply into the 3 one at a time, so allow me to do it summarily. And my entry point then are the 4 priorities for Norway's work in the Security Council. They are mentioned in the NUPI EFPI report that is launched at this conference, Small States, Different Approaches, Estonia and Norway on the Security Council. But let me quickly list them anyway. Peace diplomacy, women, peace and security, the inclusion of women, protection of civilians, climate change and security. All of these are highly relevant to the situation in Afghanistan today, as I see it. And as everyone is aware, a humanitarian crisis is unfolding as we speak. Mitigating the humanitarian crisis is also not enough in itself to avoid economic collapse, unless accompanied by development aid with a focus on the provision of essential supplies and services and meeting basic humanitarian needs. But beyond these dramatic realities, another reality is shaping, that of security, and of Afghanistan becoming a staging area for international terrorism. Some have stated that with the combined effect of the humanitarian crisis, economic collapse, possible state collapse, human rights violations, and general impunity, a perfect storm may be rising. My intention here is not to go into these projections, but simply to exemplify in order to underline three things. One, the relevance of the four Norwegian priorities in the UN Security Council to the situation in Afghanistan. And two, to show why we need to have a broad look at what constitutes the real threats to peace and security, that root causes matter. And thirdly, that if we do not get our understanding right, we never get the right instruments in place. You may, of course, argue, and some do, that if everything is security, then nothing is security, or that a conservative reading of threats to international peace and security does not stop us from doing humanitarian assistance and economic development. That is very true. But just look at what is being discussed in the 1988 Sanctions Committee under the Security Council these days. One, facilitating a functioning banking system, bringing in funding to carry out programs and pay staff salaries in Afghanistan. Two, secure liquidity and availability of cash in the economic system and in the people's economy. And thirdly, provide a humanitarian exception mechanism within the 1988 sanctions regime for humanitarian organizations. And now to the region. And as was mentioned, the region is sitting on this dossier in the Security Council, China and Russia as permanent members, and India now being an elected member. The regional dimension is important. Former SRSG for Afghanistan, Lakhdar Brahimi, famously stated that Afghanistan cannot be peaceful unless its neighbors want it to be peaceful. And the implication is that Afghanistan's internal challenges cannot be fully separated from its regional surroundings. And vice versa. And as to understand Afghanistan's internal challenges, I adhere here to the viewpoint that Afghanistan's problem is not its rich ethnic landscape and warlike tribalist tradition, making it effectively ungovernable as well as unconquerable, and exposing it to regional interference and intervention. Rather, the root problem is that Afghanistan as an economy does not produce enough to bear the cost of governing it, the cost of running the state. But also, its agricultural production is affected by drought and again, the effects of climate change. Today, we see the complexity of the full picture more clearly than ever. Over the last 20 years, the international community by far took over the economic burden of running Afghanistan. The lion's part of the state revenues came from development aid, and we did not manage to rebalance this situation. Now, when reserves are frozen and restrictions and sanctions are in force, and we have effectively stopped economic development programs, Afghanistan is facing economic collapse. So if Afghanistan is at the moment in a pause of war and conflict, the de facto government is far away from winning the peace. One crisis seems to replace the other. Security stabilization is not a realistic proposition without humanitarian and economic stabilization, respect for human rights, including women's rights, rights of religious and ethnic minorities. Afghanistan is as much in need of reconciliation now as before and as during the former Ghani regime. And now, back to the UN Security Council. Only yesterday, the UN Secretary General briefed the Security Council on the situation in Afghanistan. This brief marks a starting point for the work on renewing the UN Security Council resolution on Afghanistan and the new mandate for UNAMA, the assistance mission. The current mandate expires in the middle of March next year, and the question is, how do we accommodate the new realities in Afghanistan in the next resolution? What is necessary? What is possible? And how can we assure consensus in the Security Council? Which in itself is important. Linked to this is how the negotiations on the new mandate will be linked to or cannot be deconnected from the question of international recognition of the de facto rulers of Afghanistan today. And these are difficult issues and made more difficult against the backdrop of the humanitarian and economic crisis unfolding and how this is tied to peace and security considerations. The Secretary General's main message is that abandoning Afghanistan now would be a historic mistake, and that we need to respond to the humanitarian crisis and stave off economic collapse, and that financial sanctions have paralyzed the economy. Both situations are preventable, as I understand him. And it is fair to point out that the Afghan people are feeling abandoned, forgotten, and punished by circumstances that are not their fault. With 23 million people in need of urgent humanitarian assistance and 97% poverty rate, that is almost universal poverty level on the horizon, and the implications for the rise of terrorism, human rights violations, and migratory pressure, the negative implications for international peace and security are evident for all to see. Now, in conclusion, the basic humanitarian needs of the people of Afghanistan have direct implications for international peace and security. Either we speak of humanitarian plus or development aid minus, taking action while the window is still open, yet probably quickly closing, come with a strong sense of responsibility to protect. This is also an agenda that small states have pushed. When talking of small states, I think it is important to note that any Nordic country's seat at the table of the Security Council is more than a national seat. To explain what I mean by this, the current Norwegian seat should be understood also as a Nordic seat. Nordic cooperation in the UN Security Council, in the UN as such, is providing us with a Nordic continuity. We stand on each other's shoulders, so to say. In this sense, we are 5 countries in one every time we act and speak in the Security Council. And looking at it this way, and taking into account the very important level of our common contribution to the UN system, to development aid and humanitarian assistance, and contributions to the UN as an organization, we are punching at the appropriate level of our joint strength. This makes us big. And in a Nordic-Baltic political context, we are even more present and strong. Another aspect is the way we work closely with the Office of the Secretary General and reinforce the Secretariat's capacity to work on new agendas. We, in a sense, as Nordics, we team up with the Secretary General and the Secretariat. Therefore, the role we play, and that Norway and Estonia have played together as penholders on Afghanistan, is fully proportionate, I would claim, with our size in the broader sense and the joint resources we are willing to use to back up our actions. This, I would further claim, explains to a large extent our successes also. To hammer it in, we are getting security capital out of our considerable economic contributions. Our imprint and legacy at the Security Council is related to how we are able to push the new agendas forward. Again, Afghanistan, in all its complexity, but also the possibilities for decisive action it represents now, today, and in the year to come, is a case in point to failures we can avoid and positive results we can achieve. Now, thank you for having this opportunity to speak to you. Sorry for covering myself, obviously, behind paper, partly here, and sorry for going a little bit over the 10 minutes. Over to you, James. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You brought out one very important dimension and problem, namely the critical importance of the regional players, not all of whom are present in the Security Council when you deliberate these issues. India, Pakistan, Iran, China, at least two of the Central Asian states. And so, therefore, any final thoughts about, in view of that, the regional context, about what the UN, what the Security Council needs to do and can do to preserve its relevance as we move forward?
Well, to answer this in practical terms, when I came to Kabul and when we had assured our seat at the council, the first thing I did was to go to the representatives, the missions of the Permanent Five, but also to the representations of the countries in the region, to ask whether we should work together on Afghanistan in the Security Council, to make sure that we sort of mirror the debates and discussions that were going to go on in New York, and maybe prepare them somehow and facilitate them. And there was a great interest from all sides as to this. What then happened is that we all were scattered, and now some are in Kabul and the rest of us here in Doha. So we have not been able to do this as we thought. And we were also not able to do this with Estonia as we thought, because we were going to have a very close cooperation with Estonia from Kabul directly with Tallinn. So there are many things we try to do, which we unfortunately have not been able to do. But the regional dimension we could certainly work on, and we are going to work on further with a view to getting, a mandate for UNAMA, which it can work on, and which will be conducive to the peace and security in Afghanistan and for the Afghan people that we are all working for.
And one yes or no, one question which easily elicits a yes or no answer. Although you are now based in Doha, are you still the accredited ambassador to Afghanistan?
I'm not very good with yes or no questions, and certainly not answers. Yes, I am still the ambassador to Afghanistan and now working out of Doha, but we have not established formal working relationship with the de facto government now in place in Afghanistan.
Thank you very much. It was very illuminating presentation. Let us now proceed directly to Andrei Liimets, who is the Deputy Permanent Representative of Estonia at the UN, who has covered a similar range of issues as Ole has. So would you like, from an Estonian perspective, to present what you regard as the most pertinent points regarding the Afghan situation? And if you wish to say something beyond that, please feel free. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good morning to Estonia. I have to say it's an honor to be in such a company. I would very much like to be there in person, also in part because right now it's 7 o'clock here in the morning. You can see on my face the sun is rising right now, and with a long day of discussing Afghanistan behind me yesterday, I'm pretty much running on 3 hours of sleep and 3 cups of coffee. With all that being said, the opinions I'll be iterating here are my own, just as a preface. And I would start with a bit of general background and then pivot to Afghanistan. And the general background I wanted to highlight is perhaps a bit more related to the title of this conference about small states and approaches. In the Security Council, I would say Estonia, in a way, enjoys a privileged position. Privileged in the sense that the landscape of our own security is pretty clear-cut. We are a member of the EU, we're a member of NATO, and then we have a you could say, one single, very acknowledged threat. A large country with whom we would like to be partners, we would like to have closer relations, but obviously it takes two to tango, and that in a way makes the situation for us very clear in terms of how we can behave and what our relations in the world are. This sort of situation gives us the opportunity to perhaps speak more clearly and more openly of our positions and our views, but it also makes it a responsibility in terms of promoting a multilateral worldview. It makes it more important for us to drive normative diplomacy and then keep on our agenda constantly, horizontally, the questions of rule of law, of human rights, women's rights, etc. Having the opportunity to, you could say, call a spade instead of referring to it as a personal landscaping facilitation instrument is what I'm talking about here. As during its almost 2 years now, Estonia has established and presented a position on all the Security Council agenda items, something that is not common for elected members. It has been a clear way of also defending international law, essentially calling out activities that run against international law to establish a baseline. Using another anecdote, it's a little bit like saying that calling a wrong thing wrong because it's against the law. Some would need to point that out, because in a sea of different narratives that can sometimes get lost, especially when the national interests of larger countries come into play. And I would say that it has really strengthened Estonia's relations with like-minded countries, with partners, but also much more broadly around the world, because it's also been seen that Estonia sees the different conflicts that have erupted in different parts of the world and that have come up on the Security Council agenda. And conversely, personally, it has made it a bit irksome for me when I hear countries use language referring to all parties in some conflicts. A good example is the conflict in Myanmar, when you make recommendations referring to all parties, it can feel very, very biased in a situation where you have a clear aggressor and a clear victim. And hopefully this will have made a more lasting impact on from Estonia's behavior to two countries around the world. It has also given Estonia an opportunity to introduce the conflicts that are closer to home to countries that are far from Europe. It has become quite evident as a council member that you are constantly in a situation where you are expected to know the fine details of pretty much every conflict around the globe, parties, major actors, considerations, caveats, whereas it is quite evident that for everyone, the problems closer to home are also the problems closer to heart. With that being said, it was very, very heartwarming and positive to see that during the latest AOB meeting on Belarus, all the council members took the floor to issue their statements, something that doesn't necessarily happen in all AOB meetings or in all closed sessions. Now, turning to Afghanistan. Afghanistan for us started very differently from where we are. our expectation as we were pursuing the role of penholder was that we would be a facilitator between different strong national positions of other council members. We were in a situation where you had US conducting negotiations with Taliban, at the same time there being big loggerheads with China, who was very much pushing for their Belt and Road Initiative. And this was essentially a year ago. A very, very different setting. And as I said, we were expecting that most of our effort would be to keep the conflict of Afghanistan on the council table, to keep the attention on Afghanistan, highlight the bigger developments, trends, and facilitate the large positions. In many ways, that's how it started, with our first product being the press statement on targeted killings, and an unprecedented topic for the council to really comment on. It took us about a month to do the legwork, to do background briefings, to get the council to a point where we could get this new text approved by all, which was successful. This has now been followed by more than 10 press statements, briefings with CSOs, with International Crisis Group, and with the developments in August leading us to a place where as Richard said, there is a lot of question marks for the council. Perhaps one way to think of the current situation is trying to imagine if there was no UNAMA, if there was no UN assistance mission in Afghanistan, if there was no 1988 sanctions committee, how would the Security Council actually approach the issue? And I dare say, without those instruments or those institutions in place, the Council's approach would be very different. Looking at the discussions that are ongoing right now, there is a large portion of peace building and of nation building element in the discussions. The role of the Security Council in such considerations has always been quite sporadic. At the same time, it is obvious that the Council has been playing a big role in the Afghan conflict. There are other forums, other platforms which have tried to insert their influence. The Troika meetings, the neighborhood foreign ministry meetings, the Heart of Asia meetings, which have all helped. But when the developments were happening in August and changes were coming day by day, it was only the Security Council who could really react immediately to establish a baseline of positions of the so-called international community, which are still being followed, that being the need for an inclusive government, the importance of upholding international law and women's rights, the importance of humanitarian aid, and also the importance which other countries attribute to the fight against terrorism in Afghanistan. These will remain, and it appears that, or at least we hope, that Taliban is listening more intently to these discussions. From UNAMA, we have heard that they are very eager to learn more about what their obligations are now under international law, what is expected of them if they want to be recognized as a state. This listening was not that obvious half a year ago. There were plenty of statements made by the Security Council, but also in other formats, which, looking at the developments in a way, were very much ignored. But I'll leave it at that and give a bit more time to questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andre. Why do I feel my microphone is not maybe it's just me. Oh, now it's working. Good. In Estonia, in contrast to some other countries we might mention but won't, there's never been a contradiction between diplomacy and directness. But in a multinational and a multilateral body, which the UN Security Council is the supreme one, the tension between clarity and consensus has been very marked. So I have a direct question, which is, how often has Estonia been in a position where it had to take the initiative in the Council on its own in setting a clear and direct and robust point of view about the problems in your purview that you have dealt with?
There have been, I would say, more than we expected. And these have most markedly been Ukraine, Belarus, Georgia, and Afghanistan due to our penholder role. These have been the conflicts where we have perhaps looked at them more closely because they are closer to us, both geographically and in our minds, and also the situations where Estonia's leadership has been most accepted. It is, I would recall here that at this point the agenda of the Security Council has become surprisingly wide, which also stretches the bandwidth countries have to follow, address, and be proactive on issues. It feels like a good moment to also recall the size difference of different missions here when we talk about small and big countries. Estonia, during our Security Council tenure here right now, has 15 diplomats in our mission. I believe, for example, Norway has roughly doubled that, slightly under 30, whereas larger countries, we're talking of more than 50 diplomats, local staff and background help from the capital. So obviously we have to be focused, but one takeaway from the 2 years that we've been honored with this very important role as an elected member is that there are things that even a small country can do. There is always room for being proactive, but you have to do it with responsibility, and you have to do it smartly. What smartly means, I believe, would take a bit too long to explain now. But the report that is the background material for this conference does sum up many parts of it.
Thanks very much. Katja Glott, first of all, from a personal point of view, it's a pleasure seeing you again. Katja is, of course, now at SIPA. Although based in Washington, SIPA is headquartered in Washington. Katja is based in London. Katja, you were well established as an experienced expert, not only in matters Belarusian, but with regard to the Eastern Partnership countries generally. So very much looking forward to your perspective. I think you will be focusing mainly on Belarus, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that's right. I am focusing mainly on Belarus. Thank you very much, James, and thank you everyone. It's great to be here today in Tallinn. Indeed, I would like to speak about the United Nations mechanism, available mechanisms with regard to Belarus and how they have been able to influence the political crisis that we have seen in Belarus unfolding since August 2020. As was mentioned by a speaker earlier, if we look at the United Nations Security Council, then indeed its impact on the situation in Belarus has been very, very limited. Perhaps the only time when Belarus was properly raised during the debate within the UN Security Council was a few days ago, when Estonia did that with regard to the refugee migration crisis at the Belarusian-Polish border, when Estonia condemned the orchestrated instrumentalization of human beings. And on the one hand, it is understandable because the situation in Belarus is, although very serious, perhaps it's not as serious as it is in some, as the situation is in some other countries, like Afghanistan, for example. There is also no war in Belarus, but perhaps even if Belarus were to be raised within the UN Security Council, countries like Russia or China, they would immediately block any resolution on Belarus. Nonetheless, what is important and where Estonia and other small states have played a big role is discussing Belarus within the scope of informal meetings, like area meetings, for example. And in this context, Belarus was raised and mentioned 3 times. One was just about a month ago. Again, when Estonia organized a special area meeting about how the political crisis in Belarus is unfolding and what it means for the international peace and security. There was also a meeting earlier this year in January. It was a special informal area meeting on the media situation in Belarus when the leader of the Belarusian Democratic Movement, Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, had a chance to address the United Nations Security Council directly. And the last meeting, or the first meeting, was held in September 2020 following the fraudulent presidential election in August. And I think these 3 meetings were really a very good example of how small states can push their agenda and how these informal meetings can actually, very importantly, raise awareness about the situation in a particular country and push up the agenda for the longer term. And of course, it's also very important that within these informal frameworks, civil society can get involved, and we can hear those voices which are unheard of at the UN Security Council otherwise. So it really gives floor to non-state actors who make very important, who are very important part of society in Belarus or other countries. If we look a bit further away from the UN Security Council, there is a very useful forum within the United Nations Human Rights Council, which has been, in my view, very helpful with the situation in Belarus. And here there are several avenues. For example, there is the Universal Periodic Review, where 47 countries participate, and where Belarus basically is put into the spotlight, and we hear various contributions from different countries, but also from, again, civil society actors. And such a periodic review in Belarus was held a year ago, and in March this year there were special outcomes adopted, outcomes of Belarus adopted, which is again very important development to document the situation, to collect evidence, and again to keep awareness of what is happening in Belarus. And of course, within the United Nations human rights context, there is also the United Nations special rapporteur on the human rights in Belarus, and she has been also very meticulous, very focused on collecting evidence, talking to the victims of tortures, of repression. She has been able to really collect quite an impressive volume of different information, and this platform allows the special rapporteur also to go a bit wider. For example, she was able in July, she was able to address the General Assembly. Very recently, she also raised specific issues of women and girls' rights in Belarus. So it's all very complementary and very helpful in terms of raising awareness. And perhaps the last thing I would like to mention here within the United Nations human rights mechanism is that also in March, the United Nations Human Rights Council passed a resolution that adopted or introduced a special mandate for the United Nations Office of the United Nations Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights to establish a special mandate that would go quite wide, again, to collect evidence on the perpetrators of human rights abuses in Belarus. And this is quite a unique mandate. There was, it proved to be very helpful with some other countries, for example, with Sri Lanka, with the bloody end of the civil war there in 2014, when this mandate really was very critical to systematically addressing violations and seeking accountability for those responsible. And now we see we have something very similar established with regard to Belarus. The work within this mandate has started. There are some very serious and real challenges nonetheless. For example, I hear that there was a little bit of dragging feet with hiring the experts to execute the mandate. Well, nonetheless, 3 very good experts have been hired. They're collecting the evidence. But that led to the reduction of the budget by 40%, for example. And now there is also some competition, perhaps, or difficulty in coordinating with some other established platforms with regard to Belarusian human rights accountability. And here, for example, I have in mind the platforms that had been in existence, and they still exist, organized by Denmark or by Germany, when the 2 mechanisms, I mean those platforms and the mandate of the Office of the High Commissioner in Human Rights a bit ran into collision, and obviously that prevented work of the United Nations mandate. And that again raises questions about, you know, how UN mechanism can effectively cooperate with other established platforms, because the idea is that they will complement other international mechanisms available, existing, and also about how the United Nations can cooperate with civil society, be it domestic or international civil society. But nonetheless, coming back to Belarus very specifically, I think what these human rights mechanisms help to do is actually to, as I said, collect evidence in order to, for example, initiate cases within international jurisdiction, which seems to be something which is gaining ground, has been gaining ground recently, and we have seen an increase in cases being brought to court, and most of these cases have resulted in prosecution. And I think that could serve as a quite, you know, good deterrent to the, well, Belarusian authorities in this case. And with regards to Belarus, there has been one case, as far as I know, already initiated within the international jurisdiction in Lithuania, and I think some more cases are being planned in Germany. And this really helps civil society in Belarus to feel some moral support. And of course, it helps to get the evidence before it gets eradicated or before it disappears. And by being as such, of course, it needs to be supported. And I will stop here, James.
Katja, thank you so much, and particularly for bringing out the importance of the informal platforms and mechanisms, which is the point that also came out of the report itself. Nothing more from me. I want now to turn to the audience. Because of these infernal lights, if you'd like to intervene, could you please raise your arm, not just your hand, so that I can see you? And so far I see nobody, but I'm not going to say anything. It's not a temptation for me to say anything else. The pressure is on you now. Comments or questions in these very diverse talks. Or I am going to say something. Right, I am going to say something. I
have a question. Hello, everybody. My name is Karel. I'm working in the Estonian Foreign Policy Institute. And my question is a more broad one, but it addresses Afghanistan. And it's about how to balance between giving out aid and legitimate concerns for security and terrorism. As we know, IMF and the World Bank has at the moment halted aid for Afghanistan, and US has freezed the Afghanistan assets. But at the same time, we know that the humanitarian situation and economic situation is getting worse, and people are feeling the effects of that. So that's what was.
Is that, Carol? Is that to the panel as such, rather than to someone in particular?
Yes, that's it.
Okay.
Anyone who's interested in answering?
Yes, please, Ulle, Ambassador.
And I'm grateful for this question, because this is the dilemma that we are in, the conundrum that we are in these days. To make one very brief point about this, in my assessment, if we do not do anything, we risk reinforcing the hand of the hardliners in the de facto government. If we rush in with development aid now, I'm not talking really about leverage or conditions, but we rush in without having a process that is at least transactional, where we offer something, they offer something, and we step-by-step approach. Then we also risk to reinforce and strengthen the hand of the hardliners. We want to speak to the de facto government in a way where we can speak conducively for the more moderate forces that are there too. And we cannot simply sit back and wait for the Taliban to come to us exclusively, because meanwhile people are dying. The humanitarian crisis unfolding is one of the worst we are having in the world today, and we have probably a window of some 3 months, and it's getting shorter, becoming shorter and shorter, this window. So we have to act, but we have to act in a responsible way, also with regard to the values that we deem extremely important, and the gains that we have achieved over the last 20 years, not least in terms of women's rights, children's rights, girls' rights, to go to school, and all of this. Over.
Thank you. Kristi, when you dropped your saucer, was that your attempt to get my attention, or would you like? No. All right. Anyone else like to come in at this point? Maybe I can invite our speakers if they have. Ah, yes, good. I've got you, Andre. That's perfect. Please.
Yeah, I actually very much thank you for the question. As Ola said, it's a very, very important one at this point. There's a couple of things about the question that I would like to highlight. The first being that it's important to distinguish here between humanitarian aid and development aid, or humanitarian plus, as it is in a certain context being referred to right now. Humanitarian aid is unconditional. It has been, it is reaching the country right now over different borders, and it hopefully will keep getting into the country as long as there are funds for it. And from that aspect, it was very positive to see how the September flash appeal for humanitarian aid in Afghanistan was reached more than its intended goal. I do believe that the reality is we're going to see another flash appeal or the same process with a different name, whether in spring or anytime soon. But obviously, as Ola said, the humanitarian crisis is extremely severe and will require a longer and sustained attention. At the same time, the development aid part of it, or humanitarian plus, here I would say that the important consideration in delivering humanitarian plus is the fact that it needs to happen in parallel with other actions on the ground. When we're talking of of good governance, when we're talking of the rights of women and children, the right access to education, access to healthcare, it needs to happen in parallel, because it will not be effective or successful to do it as a sequence. And also, when you think about it, the reason for it happening in parallel is also very practical. It can be very difficult for donors to justify giving money to healthcare in Afghanistan if hospitals do not provide services for women, or to provide money for education if half the schools, the ones for female students, are not functioning. So it's important to keep in mind that there are several tracks at play here, and they don't necessarily come in a sequence or exclude each other. Thank you.
I can't resist adding one follow-up question. Afghanistan is not unique, but it's probably the singular most obvious example of a country where de jure and de facto authorities can be different, particularly once you get out of the capital city. So isn't the added problem of development assistance the fact that you can't have it without development professionals on the ground, presupposing, therefore, a framework of cooperation with whoever is actually in charge?
Just checking if the mic is still on me. You're very right, and I do believe in a way you could say that here we have the good fortune of UNAMA and all the UN funds and agencies which have been active in Afghanistan already before, and have reported that, especially getting further from Kabul, the situation on the ground hasn't necessarily changed drastically when looking at who are their counterparts and what are their activities in the regions. The regions are very diverse in terms of situations and in terms of what has been made possible. Perhaps one kind of silver lining in this situation is that thanks to, as some call it, the conflict between the Republic and the Emirates being over, UN funds and agencies now have access to areas which before were, in a way, off limits. Just as an added comment that, it's been said that in general the security situation has improved because, well, the war is over. Whether the war is over is another question, but I think that'll be for another time.
I might have seen someone else. Did you? Yes? I can't quite tell. All right, please.
Is it on? Yeah. Just a quick question. I wonder, to what extent do you think that Taliban's experience from being in power last time will have an impact on how they relate to possible collaboration with UN and the international community this time? I mean, they could, their experience is in a way that it's not possible to sit on the power without collaborating, perhaps.
All right. Contemplation. Yes, Andre.
I hope that Ole will be able to comment here as well, as I do believe he is much more an Afghan expert than I am. Taliban has been very supportive of UN activities also before, and from what we hear also currently. They do realize the great added value that United Nations with its funds and agencies is bringing to the ground, and their need for it. I would think that comparing the current Taliban to the previous governing period, we'll have to wait and see a bit more to really draw a comparison. Partly because the Afghanistan itself has changed. It has a much larger population. It has a much younger population, a much more urbanized population, and one that has experienced access to education and information on a scale which did not exist 20, 30 years ago. But also on the other hand, Taliban has now been in power for essentially 3 months. What kind of Taliban will be in power, if they will be in power a year or 2 years from now? How they manage to navigate their internal power struggles and placate all the deals that they made as part of coming into power. We'll have to wait and see.
And I have what might have to be the final question for Katja about Belarus. How widely is it appreciated that even where a veto on effective action is certain, the Security Council is the ideal platform for the others to state their positions clearly and communicate to the outside world the realities and the implications of what is actually taking place?
Thank you, James. I think it's perhaps at the moment not so much appreciated, and that's why probably Belarus hasn't been really properly raised within formal sessions. Within informal sessions, as I mentioned, yes, it was raised and discussed and debated. But I think this impossibility to pass a resolution really what is blocking the view of the member states and members of the United Nations that Belarus can be discussed. And I think more advocacy and public work is perhaps needed to raise the awareness of what is going on, especially as the regime is becoming, in Belarus, Lukashenko regime, I mean, becoming is more and more bellicose and becoming really an issue for the regional security.
Thank you very much. Is anyone desperate to come in with, no, if so, I can't see you. So perhaps that would be a good point to close. I am assuming that the lack of a vigorous throng of people trying to get our attention is confirmation that what we have heard is very informative, yeasty, and provides a lot of material for thought. So that is perhaps the best note on which to end what I think has been an extremely productive and illuminating day. Will you please join me in thanking our 4 speakers?
So thank you, everyone who came here today. I think we've had 3 really great panels, really great discussions here today. I hope many of you have had the chance to either pick up the physical report, the people who have been present here in the room today, or even take a look at it online, where it's available on the FB website, and I think also many other places during the day, because we have tweeted and we have shared it in various channels, so it should be available. I wanted to thank you, Kristi and FB, for organizing this conference. It's been truly a fantastic partnership we've had this year. It's been great, as we've said, to meet in person for the first time and to have such a full day of engaging discussions on the role of small states in the UN Security Council, and specifically the experiences of Norway and Estonia. I think it's been a lot of very good discussions, and I think we've also managed to go a bit below the surface and explore some of the difficulties as well as some of the opportunities. I think we've learned today that elected states, they face many obstacles, and it's certainly not easy to be an elected state always on the UN Security Council, and it's not easy to be an elected small state on the UN Security Council. But I think we've also seen today that this does not mean that small states or elected states are powerless. Quite the contrary. There are quite a few routes to influence and quite a few ways to work together, to find ways to actually make a difference. And so for the small states that are involved, and I think this goes beyond Estonia and Norway, they do feel in their foreign ministries that it's worth it to take this opportunity. So, and as somebody also noted earlier today, to be small and to be elected could actually also work as an advantage, because it gives some leeway that perhaps the permanent members do not always have to put issues on the agenda. I think also we've seen today, and many have made reference to how the Nordic states often work together on the UN Security Council, how they even have this rotating order of things. I think we've also seen today that there are quite a few similarities between the Nordic and the Baltic countries, and I think what has been really interesting with this partnership that we've had over the research report that we've written is to see that there is a lot of relevance in that relationship, and I look forward to, and I really hope that we can continue to explore that together. FP and NUPI have learned about each other, that we sort of have similar ways of working, and that we can do good work together, and I think that will be extremely nice. Let me also just take the opportunity before I give the word to you, Kristi, to thank the Norwegian Embassy here in Tallinn, and as well as the Estonian Embassy in Oslo, for being so supportive towards the work that we have been doing, and the MFAs in the two countries. That has been really fantastic to sort of see that the work that we have been doing has been appreciated. I also wanted to say that we've had we've had 4 digital events during this period that we have been working on the project, with many participants at both closed roundtables and public seminars. And I wanted to thank as well all the participants who have been part of those sessions. It's been also a really good thing to have in our project, and to be able to build on those observations in our final report. So thanks again to everyone, and then I'll let you finalize today's sessions.
Thank you, Kristin. And yes, it has been quite a day. So many insights, so many great experts joining us, either physically or virtually. And I'm really grateful to all of you. Let me just give you some very short highlights on the substance, and then I will move to my long thank you list, trying not to forget anybody. But what we have heard during the day, lots of kind of angles and arguments for why and how it makes sense for small states to actually contribute and make a difference in the Security Council. The Security Council sits at the juncture of peace and war. The Security Council is a catwalk of international politics. It's a place to draw international attention on issues that might otherwise go unnoticed. And looking at the role of elected members, we heard several times speakers referring to the sense of duty to contribute to maintaining the multilateral UN system. We heard about small states having this role of holding up the moral compass and having the responsibility to promote a normative agenda, and also to be frank in saying what is happening on the ground, even if sometimes some great powers might strongly dislike it, and to call a spade a spade. So all of these points, I think, were kind of running through the different panels. And as Kristin also mentioned, we did hear also about some of the advantages that elected members have, for example, in bringing new issues on the agenda, which the permanent members are quite reluctant to do. And we also discussed the broadening agenda and understanding of what peace and security means in the UN Security Council. It has not been a kind of constant, unchanging issue, and again, it's partly thanks to the elected members who have been active in broadening that agenda. And we heard that any seat of a Nordic country at the UN Security Council is more than a national seat. It's about representing the region more broadly, and we also, I think, heard in many panels this wish to extend then the Nordic cooperation also to the Baltic countries and look in future for opportunities to work more as the Nordic-Baltic group of like-minded countries being in the same security environment and largely shared interests on the multilateral fora. So this is, I think, something we will kind of take with us from this event and from this project, and think further about ways to on our side as think tanks to research and analyze and think about ways to promote the Nordic-Baltic cooperation in the UN context and maybe other multilateral fora. And now, yes, time to thank everyone also on my behalf. First of all, of course, the colleagues at NUPI, Kristin and Niels. It has been really a pleasure to work with you. And I want to thank all the colleagues at NUPI and at EFPI and at the whole ICDS who have been supporting the project, the preparations of this event, preparing the report, preparing other events of the project. It has been really, really great teamwork. Then, of course, we have to thank the Fund for Bilateral Relations of the EEA and Norway Grants for generous funding, without which this project would not have happened. Many thanks to the speakers and moderators today, and to other people who have been speaking at our previous events. I think we have made the most of this kind of COVID environment of doing virtual events and kind of realizing that there are certain advantages that you can actually engage in discussions with diplomats based in New York and use that material for your research purposes. And we have had really, really fruitful discussions. And I'm grateful to the foreign ministries of both Estonia and Norway. And a very special thank you to the ambassador of Norway, who has been so helpful with this conference and supportive all through the project. And we have also been receiving a lot of support from the permanent representations of both countries to the UN in New York. Then we have the technical staff to thank, Point 20, who has been sitting there in the back and making all of this work so smoothly. Thank you. And thanks to the Fotografiska staff, again, for so smoothly making all this event work and providing us with all the refreshments and food that we have needed along the way. The setting is really great at Fotografiska and suits well for a Nordic-Baltic theme. And finally, of course, thank you to the audience, those of you who are here, and also people who have been following us virtually. We have had live stream during the whole event. So, this is the time to wrap up. Thank you all for coming, thank you all for listening, and I do look forward to our actually future continued cooperation. Thank you.